Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mad Lads Live, the new Nugget Mafia. Now, first things first, some of you may be truly shocked, wondering to yourself, Hero, what the hell are you wearing right now? And the answer is that I'm wearing, it's called a comfy. It's a giant fuzzy sweater, and I'm wearing it because my office is cold as hell. Absolutely frigid. Oh man, how's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? We're back. We're back with the Nugget Mafia. Okay, so last, we're making money now with the Nugget Mafia. We're up to 88,000, which is cool because the goal is to end up accumulating 10 million cats. All right, 10 million cats. That's the goal. We'll see how much of a pain in the ass that's going to be. There's a chance we may end up cutting at a million or 5 million or somewhere in there, but the goal is to make at least more than 1 million cats. And we started making money, in the previous episode, so we're going from there. Oof, sorry, it's cold there. The cold wave still combing through last week or whatever it was. Also doing good. Hope you're doing as well. Hope you're doing as well. I am doing good. I am doing good. Yeah, no, it's still cold. It's better than it was. Better than it was last week. Last week it was a unique kind of frigid. It was the kind of frigid where when you walk outside, your hands feel like knives, but like someone's poking you with knives. But not quite that bad. Still really cold. My office is in the basement, however, so it gets kind of cold in here, and it's the one room of the house where I have central air, and it's the one room of the house where the central air doesn't reach. So I actually have what is it? Radiator heating. I have electric radiator heating on the floor, on the left side over there, but I don't like turning it on if I can avoid it, just because it's a massive fire hazard. So. You should set something similar to another challenge to open a restaurant in every city. I'm going to have a restaurant in 2 cities so far. We got Grink manning one of them, and then we've got Burn manning the other one. So we do have a restaurant in 2 cities thus far. We have Stout and we have Henge, and then we still have to open one in Heft as well. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We upgraded our walls last episode, which is good because that's something that we had desperately needed to do. So... yeah, the place looks good. Hashish is being made. We're officially in production of the hashish, which is really, really cool. Yeah. She's looking good. Sorry that I was a little late getting to the stream. I've been collecting the last bit of footage that I needed for, or what I hope is the last bit of footage that I need to finish up my Dwarven finale. So we did the last stream already, of course. But I told everyone, I promised them that I was going to create a, like a cinematic movie-style finale for it to really close everything out of the final battle, of all of that stuff. So I've been working on that pretty much all day. The last couple of days, any free chance that I get, I've been working on it, and it's looking really, really good. I've got about 4 minutes of it done. It looks like it's going to be roughly 10 to 12 minutes long when it's all said and done. And it's going to basically be the full final wrap-up for the series, and I'm beyond excited about it. I'm stoked to finish it off. I'm stoked to release it. And it's also going to be everyone's first kind of taste at, like, my machinima-style, like, cinematic style for when we end up doing the anthology series. Granted, the anthology is voice acted. This is not, but you guys will get the idea. Kind of alleviate some concerns, I think, about the anthology. So not that I've gotten too many concerns, but still good to address them. Yeah, very cold. We had to run the sink for like 4 days for the pipes. Yeah, you've got a heat aerator thing if you need it. Hope it wasn't too cold in the basement. Don't know though. My basement's usually pretty good. I'm usually down here in like a t-shirt. It's generally not that bad. It's particularly chilled today. It's awesome. The first stream by you have caught. Posted a comment in your last short. Find your channel a few days ago. Inspired to start building on Kenshi. I am glad that you're enjoying the shorts, and I'm glad that you're inspired to start building. Building is it's literally one of my favorite things to do in Kenshi. Hence why I do it so much. I actually just did a massive build last night on stream that I was really, really satisfied with. Came out super good. We need to finish building some of these chairs and stuff in this here shop. How's our inventory doing too? Okay, we're good. We're good. The hope is that eventually we might be able to start producing food cubes too. We can start producing food cubes, then all will be well. But we're working on it. It's a process. These things take time. These things take time. And then Grink, how are you doing? All right. So we've got a bunch of sandwiches here as well. We're selling a couple of them. We are making a profit, but it's a slow profit. It's a slow profit. All right. So Grink is here. He's got a couple sandwiches in his inventory too, right? Yeah. So he's just hanging out, man in the shop counter. That's what he does. Good old Grink with his arms super tucked up. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Nice. Was that last stream for your build? Might have to go watch back then. Yeah, yep. So I did a whole build from start to finish. Took me about 4 hours on the last stream. It's probably one of the most ambitious builds that I've done, which is funny because I feel like I say that for every build, but I continue to try and push the limits of what I've done before. So this build, I managed to build a tiered city by stacking lagoon platforms on top of each other. With a minor offset, and then I created like a tiered city where, like, on the lowest end was underneath the platform was the slums, the middle platform was the middle class, and then the upper class was up on the top platform, and they were all connected via an intricate like network of stairs that go up through the center of the city. It was really cool. It was really cool. Really proud of how that one turned out. One of the most intricate bases that I've done thus far. So I was pretty satisfied with it. All right, so Don Tony McChicken here is currently our runner, but we're going to have to do something about that because I don't like having the Don doing the running, which means I need to outfit somebody else to do it, and I need to figure out who's going to be the one to do it. I'm aiming for, I think Cosmic is going to end up being our runner. He's a juggernaut, so he's got good stats, which means he can deal with anyone that tries to fuck with him. Tries to mess with him. And we just have to replace his limbs, specifically his legs, with cybernetics. And I might keep his arms just because he is a juggernaut. Keep his arms, and we'll go from there. Yeah, so I might do that. Good, it's good. All right, so... Yeah, so I think we're gonna send Don to grab some to the what is it, to Heft or Henge. Sorry, we're gonna send Don to Henge to grab some legs for Cosmic, and then we're gonna end up chopping Cosmic's legs off. Send him out into the world. He's going over here. It's funny that from the base you can actually see Heft and Stout. You can see both of them. So Stout is right there, and then Heft is right there, and then if you're really good, like, I don't think I've actually gone there yet, but I'm pretty sure if I look far enough in this direction, I can see Heft, which I'm pretty sure it's that little tip right there. Might be mistaken, but I think that might be the case. Interesting stuff. All right, so Don's gonna go get some scout legs so we can put those on Cosmic, so Cosmic can be fast as lightning. It's gonna decrease the amount of health he has on his legs, which is unfortunate, but he's gonna be quicker, so he'll be good for making deliveries. Maybe we'll do Ruka. Maybe we'll replace the limbs of Ruka. Either way, so we got to get a new runner because Don's doing all the running right now, and that's not job appropriate for Don. The Don should not be running his own product. He's got people for that. He has people for that. Who's our thugs? Maybe we can get one of them to do it. I think all of them have jobs at the base though, so it's going to be a little difficult. Yeah, all of them have jobs. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. I need to go get food. I wonder why she's not eating. We're gonna have to deal with that. Okay. This is open to the public, right? Yeah, yeah. All right. So we need limbs, which are sold over here. Hop on over here. Get some limbs. Don's clipping. Don, stop clipping. What the hell is happening? Whoa. So Don is currently clipping through the map. Not really sure why that is. All right, Grink, can you go over here? No, 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 no. We're clipping. That's super weird. Super weird. All right, we're gonna save and reload and see if maybe that fixes it. That's weird. Front voice, good people, great people, wonderful people. They're the best people. Listen, I know a ton of these guys, a ton of these people, and they're wonderful people. Truly, really the best people. On this side of the United Cities, these are some of the best people. All right. We're gonna reload and see what happens. Because it looks like I'm having some issues with the nav mesh in Heft, which is really stupid. Really stupid. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta save and reload. I find that 99% of issues are fixed by saving and reloading. Got anything stale? I need scout legs. Specialist would be best, but we may not be so lucky. I don't feel like running all the way to the Black Desert City, though. Yeah, alright. Well, these are stealth legs. I don't need stealth legs. I need scout legs. Shit. Shit. Alright, well, Black Desert City it is. Not the direction that I wanted to go, but that's okay. So we're going to the Black Desert City. Wasn't the direction I wanted to go, but that's fine. We should be able to get there in no time, though. Don moves at fucking 42 miles an hour. My guy is flying. Walking on air is what he's doing. Absolutely walking on air. Not gonna happen. It's super funny watching the slavers try and be like, hey, I'm going to enslave that lone wanderer because he's all alone and by himself and no one can defend him. Little do they realize that he may in fact be one of the fastest men on Kenshi. This is normal speed. Like, I'm not sped up game. My guy moves. He moves. Jesus Christ, that is a massive force of Holy Nation. My lord. Eesh. Eesh. Why are they all the way out here? Well, it's the skin, Sam. Sometimes they do wander out here. Sometimes they do wander out here. I'm gonna have to drop it on normal speed for here 2 times at most because loading into the Black Desert City can be a little finicky on your FPS. Move on through, get past Ironhold, all that nonsense. Gotta get down there. I always hate running through here. The upside is that we have pretty decent protection against these clouds. It's like 70%. Like he still takes damage from it, but it really isn't anything major. So Deadlands are where the real problems come in. Why do you think the desert has turned black? Oil. So this area was likely an area of heavy mining. There's like a lot of like these tubes here that look like they were being used for storing during the first empire, mind you, not the second. The second empire, this place was almost entirely flooded. But like it's covered in slag. The ground is heavily covered in oil. Oop. We gonna crash or we just freeze for a second? Hold on. Nope, there it is. Bastards. All right, hold on. Kenshi crashed. It happened. The crash monster got us. Crash monster got us. That's fine. We'll give it a second. No big deal. No big deal. So anyway, as I was saying, the Black Desert is an area that was probably used for like mining and for digging of oil and all that stuff. And it was a lot of transportation. There was a lot of heavy industry going on there. A lot of resource like mining and stuff, and a lot of the dugout areas in the Deadlands and the dugout areas in the area directly above it, whose name I always forget. Um, that stuff was not dug out naturally. A lot of that stuff looks like it was dug out artificially, like they were mining resources. They were strip mining resources. I'm gonna do a game import and see if that helps. Yeah. So a lot of the stuff looks like it was strip mining resources and all of that. Not sure if this would help since I did this on Crash. I mentioned above that save still crashes, but on Kenshi there's a force save thing when it crashes. Yeah, I have Kenshi. I am hesitant to use it at the moment. I've actually experienced more crashing with Kenshi, which is interesting. But aside from the Kenshi having more crashing, I'm currently waiting to use it because it doesn't have the usage of free cam mode, and so I can't use it effectively on things um, like my build videos and for my cinematic projects and stuff like that. So I'm waiting at the moment. I'm waiting. Anyway, yeah. So the Black Desert, all this area here, like these were all strip mined. These were not naturally eroded or anything like that. A lot of this stuff looked like it was strip mined. They did huge amounts of mining and resource pulling here, and um, this place was being heavily polluted because of the mining and stuff that was happening there. That's why it's so bad there. And it effectively created an area of permanent pollutants. I mean, the place is functionally uninhabitable as a result of all the pollutants that were coming out as well. That's why it's constantly raining acid, because it was such an area of heavy mining, heavy greenhouse gases and all that stuff, that it's just an area that's permanently polluted, or at least polluted for the foreseeable future. Granted, a lot of this area during the Second Empire would have been underwater as well. The Black Desert City was actually completely isolated during that time, which is why skeletons fled there after Catlon went nuts and they all decided to abandon him, because no one wants to put up with his ass. So they all abandoned him and they went to the Black Desert City, because it was basically an island in the middle of an ocean of acid. It was even less reachable than it is now. That's interesting. Also, do you mean like a mod or free cam for free cam or something? Unsure if this is villain or not, but I've seen free cam usage while using Kenshi pressing. Yeah, so unless they just updated it, because when I downloaded it like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it was not there, and the mod author of Kenshi had explicitly stated that it was not there yet. They may have updated it in that time, because I plan on using it for a couple of projects that I'm doing. Like I need the ability to go at half speed for some of the the cinematics and the machinima that I'm making, but they may have updated it finally so it was there, because at the time, what is it, I think around Christmas time, they basically they needed to get some files from Lo-Fi, but Lo-Fi was still on holiday from the holidays, and so they were waiting to hear back from Lo-Fi about getting those files. Hop on up here. All right, so we should be good now, though. I did an import. Everything should be fine now. Part of the issue too was likely that I was playing Kenshi before I hopped on, so there was a little bit of bloatage happening in the background. But an import should fix that, no problem. I was working on quite a bit of stuff beforehand. 2.6, I know 3.0 has plugins, though I don't use those. I don't know what it's for, but I found that what it was is it did have it. It did have the free cam in previous versions. The most up-to-date version doesn't have it, and then the next version will have it. So he had to temporarily disable the free cam mode while he was waiting for Lo-Fi to get him the file. So if you have an out-of-date version, that might still have it. That may be the thing. Our stream is light tonight, man. Only 14 so far. That's weird. Wow. Do you expect the game's crabs to resemble the taste of ones in reality, given that there's an entire sect that worships them? I mean, honestly, probably. I imagine they taste pretty similar, to be honest with you. One could only hope they taste pretty similar. Let's be honest. Let's be upfront with each other here. One could only hope that they taste similar. Can you imagine eating a giant crab that size, like bigger than a person? Oh my god, dude. Oof. Throw those things on some nachos, crab or lobster nachos. Oh my god, some sushi. Oh god, the sushi. Think about the sushi, everybody. Think about the sushi. All right, so we need 2 specialist scout legs, at least specialist, but if we can go masterwork. Do you have masterwork or specialist? You have specialist. All right, so we need 2 masterwork scout legs to replace ours, if we can find them. Nice. That's what we want to see. Okay. And then if they have another one, a right one, I believe. Yeah, we need a right one. Masterwork right. We can do that. If not, we'll get a specialist. It looks like we're going to have to do that. Where are we at? Specialist right. Yeah, I don't think they have a masterwork right, which is fine. Not a big deal. What's the speed increase on the masterwork versus the specialist? Where's that? Specialist left, 38 athletics, 31. Okay, so decent speed. So Don Tony McChicken can now probably move at roughly 45 miles an hour, 45, 50 miles an hour. My guy is zooming. He's zip-zapping zooming. All right, so we need a right leg. Good, we can work with that. We can work with a right leg. We'll grab that. All right, so these are going to go on some poor fool back at the base. And then also, you know what, we might as well grab a couple more cybernetics while we're here. Can make these so I don't have to worry about those. Grab a couple more cybernetics while we're here. They don't have to be, you know, masterwork or anything like that, but it would be good to have a couple more people fully nuggetized. We need to make our main men nuggets in particular. So either Cosmic or Ruka are going to get the scout legs so they can move faster. The other one needs to get combat oriented stuff. I'm thinking we're going to get the KLR series for Cosmic. We'll get some specialist KLRs for Cosmic. All right, and then industrial lifter arms. 25. We have enough for one of them, not for the other one. So we'll stick with the legs for right now. We'll replace their legs and we'll go from there. Good start. Good start. Dragon, how you doing? What's going on? Do you think Kenshi 2 having the raised sea levels of the Second Empire plus the acidity to get to the Black Desert City, we must use boats, right? Oh, yeah. I was actually just talking about that. So the raised sea levels, the Black Desert City during the time of the Second Empire would have been almost completely surrounded by water, or completely surrounded by water, except for a couple of these peaks, right? So this entire area is going to be submerged in water. And it's going to be submerged in water that is heavily acidic, very violently acidic. And that's actually the reason that when Catalan's empire fell, they all, like a lot of the skeletons decided to go into exile in the Black Desert City. They did it because it was even more hospitable then than it is now. So realistically speaking, in order to get there, these skeletons would have gone through an ocean, basically either an ocean or a sea of sorts, or a giant lake, depending on how you want to look at it, of acid water, of acidic water. And then they would have been living on this remote island, basically in the middle of this giant acid lake. This whole thing would have been surrounded by water. And I'm a level with you. I'm a level with you. What about the workshops? What about them? The workshops were built during the First Empire, not the Second. A lot of them are anyway. Like some of these areas were Second Empire, like the Lost Armory. This was Second Empire, but these areas tend to be a little bit more elevated up. Not all of these are Second Empire. A lot of these ancient ruins, like these ones here, this is First Empire. Deadlands Workshop, First Empire. Reprogramming Workshop, First Empire. So like some of this area over here, as you get over by Venge, was high enough up that it wouldn't be underwater, but all of this would have been submerged. And so the Black Desert City would be floating, not floating, but like an island in the middle of an acid lake. it's the perfect place to go into exile to, you know, hide from your crimes. You know, the whole point of them going into exile was because they felt ashamed. They had nearly destroyed humanity. Then they attempted to fix it, and they made it infinitely worse, and effectively were the direct cause of two major collapses on the face of Kenshi. And they said, you know what? I think it's better if we just see our way out. I think it's better if we just kind of vamos. Yeah. How about you just get out of the water, Don? What are you doing? Fucking goon. He's a goon, man. He's a goon. Yeah. So you know, honestly, great place for going into exile. That's for sure. Great place for going to exile. With there being more water and presumably boats and seas in the Second Empire, do you think there will be a fishing industry in Kenshi too? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think fishing industries are going to be huge. I also think that you're going to see a lot more. Like, one thing I really hope to see is better visual representation of like trade caravans and supply going from city to city. Like, and I'm excited about the idea of there being boats, because if there's boats, there's pirates, and we know there was pirates during the Second Empire. But if there's boats, then there's like industrial barges that were carrying supplies and stuff, and you're gonna be able to see barges on water with like pirates attacking the barges and all that stuff. Like, it's gonna be really fucking cool. It's gonna be really, really cool. I'm excited about it. You should be excited about it. We're all excited about it. Yeah. Okay, so we're making money too still, which is really fun. Passively making money. I love it. It's my favorite thing. Making money without having to do anything. It's like my favorite thing. Your pirates in Kenshi 2. I didn't even think of that dopeness. Yeah, so during the Second Empire, one of the things that was going on, especially towards the end, is that they were accusing everyone of being pirates, and they were just like attacking citizens like crazy, for the perceived, for them being perceived pirates, although most of them were not. But the fact that they were using pirates as the like the whole baseline being, oh, they're pirates, we gotta throw them in jail, we gotta crack down on them, these are pirate cells, means that pirates were in some capacity a problem during the Second Empire. And the increased water levels, that makes sense. You know, if the water levels are higher and a lot of Kenshi is underwater, then you know, pirates make a lot of sense. Pirates make a lot of sense. Most of them were holy people. Yes and no. Yes and no. They were, I mean, they were using that justification for quite the while. You know, even aside from the Holy Nation, to be honest, the Holy Nation Exodus, they went to the area that is, you know, now Okryn's Pride, and they kind of just they were isolationist as far as we can tell, and they were isolationist up until recently. You know, the 62nd Lord Phoenix, I mean, is anti-isolationist. He's not a very good isolationist, but yeah, as far as we can tell, they were isolationists for a long time. So I don't know if necessarily they were part of the Holy Nation or anything like that, but they were definitely pirates. They were definitely pirates. We have documented cases of pirates. Definitely pirates. Definitely pirates. All right, so now we have legs. We're gonna go perform some surgery. 67th Lord Phoenix. No, 62nd. 62nd. There's 62. 62. All right, so now we're gonna get some of our made men in here. Ruka, you're about to become faster than the speed of light. Does that mean towns like Flats Lagoons were built on water back in the day? Yeah, it depends if they were built during the First or Second Empire. It's hard to say with some of the lagoon platforms, because like that's a really big piece of industry. A lot of really big thing to build, but also the area of Flats Lagoon was clearly underwater during the Second Empire. I mean, look at it. This whole area would have been submerged. So my thought has always been that Flats Lagoon originally started as a Second Empire, either fishing or oil rig. Either it was part of a fishing outpost, or it was part of an oil rig. That's always been my, or it was used as a fishing or oil rig during the Second Empire. That's always been my assumption. But it's really, you know, it's hard to say. Hard to say for certain. Okay, I need to, for Ruka, I need her to, actually go build... What is it, this? Is this what I need? Yeah, copper alloy plates. Go drop those off. Make some more hashish. Make some more hashizzle. I feel like Flats Lagoon is at the end of the Second Empire. Yeah, that's one thing that I am excited to learn more about is Flats Lagoon, because I don't really know where, like, when it was made. We don't really have anything to tell us one way or the other, so I'm excited about the prospect of learning more about where it came, like, where Flats Lagoon came from, for sure. I am excited more about the prospect of learning stuff like that. Alright, Ruka, you're about to go get, it's owned by the Tech Hunters. I mean, it's owned by the Tech Hunters now. But the Tech Hunters, as far as we know, we don't know how far back the Tech Hunters go. So it's owned by the Tech Hunters now. But is that how it's always been? We don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. All right. So we're going to place. Gonna fit in there? No, it will not. We're just gonna put this on the ground for right now. All right, Ruka. You're gonna get into the chair. Ruka's about to undergo surgery. Place you in here. We're gonna send the Don in here because he's going to need to grab her as soon as her limbs are gone. No, guys, stop healing her. My lord, you guys are defeating the whole purpose of this. I appreciate the effort, everybody, but knock it off. No. No, no, no. Stop it. Get out of here. Don, stop it. Alright. We're gonna keep her arms and legs as healed up as we can. Those are the... No, Don, back up. God damn it. We gotta get... I mean, her arm... We gotta keep her arms as healed as possible. That's the thing. Flats Lagoon looks like an old oil rig. Yeah, that's kind of been the idea that I thought of, is that it was an oil rig. That's always been the idea that I've thought of. What is this? A kingdom that was supposed to be between 1,000 and 5,000 years old. 61 leaders isn't that many either. The Romans ruled for the same period, and look at how many emperors ruled them. Yeah, I mean, like, what is it? I think the Romans, over the course of, like, 500 years or something, had way more than that. I used this a long time ago as justification, but I don't remember what the exact line was. Let me actually look it up. How... Because it was crazy, because people were like, there's no way that there could be... there's no way they could go through, even if they were 1,000 years old, that they, if the Holy Nation was just 1,000 years old, that they could go through, or roughly 1,000 years old, they could go through 62 phoenixes. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I remember, like, pointing out that in real world history, in half the time, they went through like a ridiculous number of rulers. It was a crazy amount. I don't have the exact number on me, but it was a crazy number. It was a crazy number. So, like, it's more than realistic, especially when you look at how dangerous Kenshi could be. And the prospect that if a phoenix is showing signs of being more progressive or maybe more tolerant, there's always the potential that they are ousted by the clerics, by the clergy, and all of that. And then in addition to that, the idea that the first Holy Lord Phoenix was a skeleton could potentially fix that problem as well. Cosmic Dude, oh my god. Get over here, go hold, and stop it. Stop it. That's a limb removal machine, right? What's the name of it, if you know? I've heard of stuff like that, but I haven't gotten that far in game yet. Oh, this is a mod. It's a mod. It's a limb removal. So there's peeler machines. Those are in the base game. But this is one that causes less bleed out. One of the issues with the peeler machine is that it causes heavy bleed out. So if you don't do it right, then you can accidentally kill your characters. And this is designed to prevent that. So what I'm going to do is I'm keeping her arms and I'm keeping her arms healed up. And in just a couple of minutes, I'm actually going to take her out. And let her arms heal up, but let her legs bleed. We'll get her real close to the end there. Once her legs and stuff are... all right, so now that she's bleeding from the arms, because I'm only trying to replace her legs right now, not the rest of her. So we're gonna drop her down now, and we're gonna heal up her arms, but we are not gonna heal any other part of her, just her arms. Leave her legs to bleed out. So now that she's done that, we're gonna have her come over here, have Don come over here, and we're gonna monitor her condition. Her legs are gonna continue to go down. Once they hit the negative max, her legs will just come right off. We'll just pop right off, okay? And there you go. There you go. Don Tony McChicken is nothing if not a surgeon. And while we're waiting for her legs to pop off in standard fashion, I'm going to eat some wonderful cake that my wife made. Fantastic. All right, so it's good looking cake. It's good looking cake. Delicious. She killed it. She killed it. It's like quick cake, man. She absolutely killed it. Looks phenomenal. So one of the most moist, airy cakes I've ever had. So good. Very good. Yes, very good. All right, so we're just waiting for she killed the cake. She did. She did. She killed it. She killed it good. She killed it good. We're just waiting for Ruga's legs to pop off. Soon. Soon they'll come off and all will be well. And then Don will swoop on in and give her brand new legs. You're not even going to give Ruka a bullet to bite? No. No. She's a proud Shek warrior. She's a proud Shek warrior. She doesn't need any of that fancy magic, any of that fancy stuff. No. She doesn't need any of that. All she needs is... who are we shooting at? Oh. Okay. Well, Sand Ninja. That's fine. Also, not prevalent to the current area or anything, but I was wondering if you have a take for lore in the Bone Fields or the High Bone Fields. Been exploring around there yet, saw some theories, but curious what you may think. Please and thank you. I mean, the Bone Fields during the First Empire were, I mean, it's likely just a large area of, what is it? It was likely an area that was heavy with fauna and megafauna during the time of the First Empire, because a lot of the Bone Fields were underwater during the Second Empire. But it's likely an area that was filled with heavy fauna during the First Empire, and they removed and destroyed, defeated the fauna en masse in those area, and it just became an area that was really prevalent of with all of the bones and stuff as a result of, because a lot of the fauna during the First Empire were megafauna. They were large animals, very very large. So over thousands of years. Those bones are still obviously there, very visible, very prominent, sticking out of the ground, the whole nine. So it's just a graveyard. It's a graveyard from what I imagine was the war against the kaiju and stuff in the First Empire. And now it's also covered in brand new bones as a result of the high fauna population there as well. A lot of beakers and stuff, A lot of beakers. All right, we're still going. You gonna remove those legs? I might need to throw her in the peeler, guys. I might need to throw her in the peeler in the thing. I don't know if these are gonna come off. You won't be able to kick, totally destroy, but it's not something you need to live. You won't be able to kick. Okay, yeah. So I gotta throw her back in. Just a second. She's not done yet. She's not done cooking, everybody. She's not done cooking. We're gonna throw her in there, and we're gonna let nature work its course. Oh, there it is. And she ain't got no legs. There we go. All right, cool. And now we're going to fix her right up. She's good to go. She's good to go. There they are. There's her legs. Fantastic. Now she ain't got no legs. Trade done. And we're going to get her some legs. One leg. Two leg. Fantastic. So Ruka's now got speedy legs. She can move at the speed of sound. I don't actually know how fast she can move. It's not quite as fast as Don, but she can move at good speed. Good speed. 27 miles an hour. It's better than it was before. Better than it was before. Are you frequent on dismemberment? Only in this playthrough. Only in this playthrough. Or are you asking if my settings are set to frequent on dismemberment? Because no, I have it set to rarely. Over dismembering is obnoxious to me. It's a giant pain in the ass. But in this playthrough, obviously, I have to dismember people because it's the Nugget Mafia, and that kind of is the point. Kind of is the point. So there we go. There we go. All right, so Rook is going to be our new runner. So I actually need to trade with Cosmic over there because he's the guy that I was going to have be the runner, but not quite. And we're going to end up having to remove his legs too. We're going to take that. Perfect. Cosmic, you're going to put that back on. Good, 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 good. All right, so Rook is going to be our new runner. Rook is going to be the one that's running drugs and running stuff. What's Rex? How's Rex doing? What's Rex up to? Rex is currently working on our iron refinery. Rex is working on the iron refinery. Eventually, I have to get him to do some strength training and whatnot, but he's still here. We also got to get him some better clothes. His current fit is not going to work. Actually, you know, we'll do that right now. We're gonna have him raid some of these sand ninjas. We'll have him raid you. I'm sorry, is that Sand Ninja Jonin? Nice. Take that. Have him swap his fit. Swap the fit. Nice. Nice. He loves the paladin fit. We'll get him some unholy armor. We'll get him some unholy armor at some point. This in yuppie here. Why is she? Oh, I see, says the blind man. Okay, so you two actually need to get over here. And Don needs to go pick you guys up. They glitched over. We gotta get her some food. Put her down. And we're gonna get her some food. Cool. She'll wake up in a second. She'll be fine. She's fine. She's fine. Don't worry about it. It's a mild case of malnutrition. I can make a ramp. I just haven't done it yet. I'm gonna make a ramp and connect it like over here or something. Or I'll make like a small one right here. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. I gotta get Kipper over here as well. I don't know how they end up glitching up there. That's really weird. All right, Kipper, you can do your own thing. All right, so now we're making hashish. We have hashish. We're making decent amounts of hashish. And we're also mining over here. I need to get a second person on the hashish, and I think I'm going to take Rex, and I'm going to make I'll put Rex on hashish duty. So Rex is officially part of the drug operation. Yeah, I'm assuming they're glitching down. That's my assumption as well. So Rex is officially part of the drug operation, making that their hashish. How are we doing on water production? Still not super great, but it'll do. It'll do. Water's not something we're ever going to make super quick, unfortunately, just because of the way things are. All right, so we're actually going to take Don here and put him back in with the made men, and we're going to keep Kenshi in the repo men because no, we'll take him out. We'll take him out. Ruka, you're one over here, and then Shrike. What is Shrike's making drugs? That's what it is. All right, so Ruka's our runner. Ruka's our runner. We're actually going to rename the repo men to the runners. So these are the ones that make that do the traveling. They run back and forth delivering products. So once Rook is up and running again, we're going to be going to drop off some of our goods, some of our good stuff. Yeah, we're basically just waiting on water. Water is really the thing that's giving us a lot of a headache right now. Oh man, it's always water. It's always wah. It's because we're in such a crappy area for it. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely frustrating. Definitely frustrating. We have so many wells too. I mean, we have fucking, you know, we have 8 wells. We have 8 wells here. We're We're gonna need more. It's because they only have like 10 or 12% efficiency though. Yeah, bad efficiency. Bad efficiency. But what are you gonna do? Make 7 more? Probably. You're probably right. You're probably right. When you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Farming wells. Wells. Well. 3. Yeah, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Couple more. Couple more wells. Just a couple more wells. Here, maybe. Close to another build. There we go. There we go. Alright, so we'll get those built too. Get some more wells put together. I have someone mining copper, right? Someone should be mining copper. Manual iron refinery. Pretty sure I have someone mining copper. Harpoon turret. Is he actually on the harpoon turret? He is. He is. Nice. Oh yeah, because Wing Wang's the head of our crossbow units. Nice. I've got to head out, but thank you for answering my questions. Hope Kenshi has the free cam fix for you soon. Hope to catch you sooner or later on another stream. Please and thank you. Have a good one. You too. Thank you for stopping in. I sincerely appreciate it as always. Sincerely appreciated as always. Take a quote from Star Wars and become a moisture farmer. Maybe farming more wells will bring the moisture. Moisture farming. Hilarious. Alright, your job is to mine copper now. That's what you do. You mine copper. You pass butter. That's your job. You pass butter. Okay, so now we're getting these wells built, and this should help a bit between, you know, all of our mass amounts of wells. We're making enough. We have an excess of cactus. Actually, we have such an overage of cactus, and it's because we're making a ton of cactus, but we're not making a ton of bread, which is frustrating. And we're not making a ton of bread because we're not making enough wheat straw because we need more water. So our growing is not going quite as well as it could be, and we're also using more water for the hashish. We just need a shit ton of wells. That's really what it is. Let's just make more wells. We really just need a shit ton of wells. An excessive amount of wells. Might need another 15 wells. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Wells for days. Wells for days. Call me Jackie Wells. Call me Jackie Wells. Don Tony McChicken just became Jackie Wells. Anyone comes in here, they're going to be like, why do you have so many wells? Well, you see. Well, you see. Speaking of Jackie Wells, I should play Cyberpunk one of these times on my non-Kenshi streams. You know what? I didn't expect to enjoy the broadcast, but but Tonkozo Vloot was good. Also bald. Yeah, I mean, being bald's where it's at, you know? I'm aerodynamic. I traded all of my hair for approximate knowledge on many things. What it is, I traded all of my hair for approximate knowledge of many things. Infinite Wellwang. Yeah, that's what it is. Infinite Wellwang. Putting fucking fluoride in the water. Make a mod for Wells V. Yeah. Got up that well. Up those wells. Alright, done with what research we got. Ruka, how you feeling? Alright, Ruka's getting up there. Don, how we doing? How are we doing? What do we got? Farming. We got some farming stuff. Right, electronics. Alright, industry. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of just stuck with what we got for right now. It's no big deal. No big deal. Rook is up and moving now. Is your speed affected at all? by injuries? No. No. It's affected more by your armor, but what are you going to do? All right, cool. Ruka, you're going to come up here, and you're going to collect the hashish. Collect some of that, and then you're also going to collect some dust witches. Because we need to run some product. We got to run some product. Oh, actually, I need to leave a little bit of dust witches behind. Yeah, I got to make sure we have enough food to eat. That's the other thing. I gotta balance having food to eat. No. No rain for rain collectors. Yeah, the area is perpetually sandstorm. And there's it's not a good area for wells. I didn't build here because it was going to be the most optimal though. I built here specifically because it made the most sense for what we're doing. Like it's a very hidden, secluded area. Like no one will bother us here. Plus honestly, I made a pretty cool looking base here. You know, it's a compact little drug farm. So I built there for for those reasons, and because it's cool. Yeah, because it's cool. Rule of cool, guys. Rule of cool. All right, so Rook is moving 15 miles an hour because of the encumbrance. We are going to have to deal with that. I think we're going to have to change the armor out. Maybe when we get to the city, we'll buy new armor. Because right now the encumbrance on this is not great. Sell those. What's the weight on this? This is heavy armor. We're going to drop that. That should up your speed a little bit because I can afford it. 20 miles an hour. 5-mile increase on that. Very good, very good. Hi, can I get some info on the series? What stage are you in? Are there any goals? Yeah, okay, so this is the new Nugget Mafia. So we're about 11 episodes in. The goal here is to basically set up a successful mob of amputees, and we are going to be opening several restaurants, which we've already begun. The restaurants are going to be used for the purposes of generating funds via economic means. We're going to be selling food. And then in addition to selling food, we're going to be selling drugs and stuff on the back end as well. So the idea is that we're creating like a full-on mob. We have restaurants to launder our drug money, and the end goal is to get to somewhere. We'll see how I feel, because I'm waiting to I have another playthrough that I want to start, but I can't start till this one's done. Which is fine, but the end goal is to get, at least 1 to 10, anywhere between 1 to 10 million cats from drug and economics. So we're going to be selling hashish. We're going to be selling food in our restaurants in several cities using shop counters, and the goal is to make as much money as possible via these means. Now we have to be careful because we are carrying some less than legal items as well. What's the plan for the next playthrough? Project Cthulhu. I'm going to be doing Project Cthulhu for the first time. That's the goal. Project Cthulhu for the first time. I've never played Project Cthulhu before, and next playthrough is going to be that. We're going to be doing a Sith Lord playthrough, so I'm going to have two Sith characters, and then the rest of them are all going to be like troopers and stuff, and we're going to be doing a Sith Lord playthrough. Project Cthulhu. I have no idea. The Star Wars one. It's the Star Wars overhaul for Kenshi. So we're going to be doing a Sith Lord playthrough. Because I do love me some Star Wars. Alright, so we got to find a place we can offload some of these drugs. We may have to go to Heft for it. We offload some of those sandwiches. Very good. Can we sell these? Absolutely not. We cannot sell these. Not here, anyway. It's fine. What we can do is we can run to the United Cities, and we can... we need to get new clothes for Ruka, too. So we're going to hang out here for now. Nice squad names. Yeah, we're a mod. We're a mob. So what is it? We've got some good ones. Bugs the Smiler Jones, Taco the Tiny Bell, Hewitt Pugh Murphy, Looter the Looter Simmons, Clem the Paladin. We got Cat the Cutthroat Kipper. Our leader's name is Don Tony McChicken. This is a mafia. We gotta have mafia. Gotta have mafia names. You're not a mob if you don't have mob names. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. All right, we're here till morning because we need to get Ruka some new clothes. Her armor and stuff is not going to work with what we're doing. We also have Rex. Who cannot have his name changed because Rex doesn't Rex can't talk to people. Rex has brain damage. Rex is he's a little weird. He's a little funny. He's a funny guy. He's a wonky little guy. He's a wonky little guy. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, thief fence. Never mind, I can fence this here. All right, let's fence some drugs. What do you mean? It's illegal, but I can still. It's a fence. You know. Attempted smuggling. Guys, I'm talking to a fucking thief fence. What do you mean attempted smuggling? Oh god. Oh god. You didn't see anything. No one smuggled nothing. I like how it says attempt. I tried to sell drugs to a fence. It's a fence. What the point of the fence is to buy illegal drugs. To buy things. In Kenshi 2, do you think the Shek will look basically human, or they'll break canon and Shek will appear similar as we know in Kenshi 1? I think the initial plan was to have them appear as more human. According to the lore, they should look almost indistinguishable from humans. By the events of Kenshi 1, by the events of Kenshi 2. Depending on how far back they were originally introduced, they may have started to evolve, so they may look slightly human, but look less like Shek than they do now. The problem is that Shek have become basically like so iconic to Kenshi's brand. The way that the Shek look is so iconic that I think that it would be foolish of them to change it. And so, as a result of that, I think that's going to be one of the things that are going to be retconned. I think the Shek are going to look like Shek. So, there's going to be a lot of retcons in Kenshi 2. Chris has already talked about it. He's already been very open and upfront about that. And I think the Shek's appearance is going to be one of them, because according to the lore, they should look relatively indistinguishable from humans. But, again, the Sheks, I did, like, their appearances become iconic to Kenshi as a whole. It's just, that's what it is, you know? And so I don't think they're gonna risk that. I don't think they're gonna risk that. I'm so pissed. What's the point in having a fence if they won't buy illegal goods? Take my drugs. Utterly ridiculous. You know what? This is an interesting one. Hold on. I've never done this before, but I am curious as to what would happen. If I just threw hashish in here, what happens? Do people buy it? They do. Oh my god, they buy it like crazy. Oh my god, they buy it like crazy. Oh my god. I can sell drugs at my shop counters. Oh my god. Good to know. Good to know. They'll buy it for less, but they will buy it. That's so funny. Yeah, they won't buy it for the full, like, 1,000 a piece, but I can sell the drugs at the shop counters and they buy it like crazy. Oh my god, even the fucking samurai and the mercenaries are buying it. Yes. Outstanding. I had no idea they would do that. Fantastic. You know what, Ruka, while you're here, well, we gotta get you clothes. Firstly, we need to get you clothes. Get over here. Show me what you have. All right, we're gonna sell these samurai rags, and we're gonna get you some proper clothes now. You're a drug runner, Ruka. You need to be dressed like a drug runner. Ronin cloth pants. I like it. That's good. Good. It's good. It's good. That'll work. And then for the torso, we're gonna need something good. Something good. Just keep that shelf stocked. That's right. That's right. We're gonna keep that keep everything fully stocked. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. I just need something that's not going to be too heavy. Mercenary leather armor, maybe. Mayhaps. Assassin's rags. This actually gives me a good bonus to attack. Maybe we'll take that. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take the assassin's rags. That'll do. All right, so Ruka's gonna be moving a bit faster now than she was. Good. It's good. Hell yeah. Farm shop. We should get some water while we're here. Just grab a shit ton of water too. Farm shop. Wait for the farm shop to open. United City Speakeasy. That's what it is. That's what it is. And now she's not carrying those illegal goods anymore. It's funny that you point at Hashish's message. It will appear that says drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, kids. Yup. Yup. Yes, it's a farm trader, but they don't sell fucking water. whatever. They're a farm trader that doesn't sell water. Isn't that ridiculous? I think that's kind of ridiculous. General store, do you guys sell water? Yeah, Ruka's moving a hell of a lot faster now. Much better. Show me your goods. Water. Need sweet, succulent wawa. One here too. Trade. No. Oh my god, dude, this place is busy as hell. Selling like hotcakes. Selling like hotcakes. Come one, come all. Buy my drugs. Implies the devs thought that a kid might play Kenshi. I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. Hey, Sean, how are you? How are you? All right, we'll try it here as well, and then if not, no big deal. Show me your goods. Big fat fucking nope. Big fat nope. That's fine. We'll go back to the base. What we got? We'll drop off some water. Hell yeah. That's exciting. That's exciting. Wow. A lot of stuff happening over here. Big battles happening over here. Good stuff. Alright. Back to the base. Ruka's moving. Ruka is moving. 28 miles an hour. Not bad considering you're carrying 5 barrels of water. This is why you're the runner, Ruka. This is why you're the runner. Kid raised on Kenshi would rule the earth. They'd be resilient. We can say that. At the very least, they'd be resilient. We can say that with the utmost confidence. At the very least, they would be resilient. That kid would never know when to stop. Ruka, go to that trade caravan. We're going to see if they have any water. We do have wells now, too, so that's cool. Trade caravan. Get your trade caravan here. Trade caravan. Traders Guild? Yeah. Goons, man. That's what they are. That's what those Traders Guild folks are. They're goons. Nothing but goons. Alright. More water's being produced, which is cool. We're going to go put some of this water in these various farms up here. These wheat straw farms need it more. Nope. Ruka's already dropped it off for things, apparently. Allegedly, Ruka has already dumped the water off in places. I have no idea where it is now. Good to know. They just absconded with it. It's fine. Take some of that. Ruka, maybe we don't just give the water out willy-nilly. Maybe we put it where it needs to go. That'd be fucking great. There. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Rex is a goon. Hey, boss, what's the plan? Becomes Re. Yeah. Yeah. Rex is a goon. We're all goons. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're making money, though. You'll see my money just gradually go up at random intervals, and it's from people buying things. Buying drugs. Cool. Good. It's good. We need more water. That's for sure. How are we doing on... I mean, we have a shit ton of iron plates, right? Yeah, we're loaded out in iron plates. Why are we not getting these done? Iron plates and building materials, and we have a shit ton of both. We need to get these done. Don, what are you doing, man? What's your deal? Operating an electrical workbench? Stop doing that. Stop doing that for right now. Yeah, get this done. Get these done. We need these iron plates put to the side here. As many wells as possible. We're going to end up using all of our power. We have 400 power from all of the wind turbines we have up top here, and we're going to end up using all of our power from these to just build wells. The guy who engineers gaming is Buzzy. Alright, so Don's been dipping into the stash is what it is. He's been dipping into the old hashish. I always felt sorry for the Fogmen. I always try to capture and feed them if they attack my base. If their queen actually did die and then they're as unfortunate as Beep, if not more. Yeah, I mean, especially if you consider the idea that the reason why they're insane is potentially the byproduct of a like an emergency pheromone release from the queen upon her death or imminent danger or removal from the hive that causes them to basically go insane. Um, they're it's not even their fault. They're basically just like mindless zombies that are being forced. They're being forced against their will to commit such heinous atrocities. You know, so till they eventually degrade and go mad. Oh man, I pooped. What a day. What a long day. I tell you. They've had alarms blaring for years. All right, wells are being built. Thank God. That's finally being done. How are we doing on food production? We should be able to produce a fair amount of food again. Yeah, because at the height of this, we were making good amounts of food, and then everything kind of slowed down. But hopefully, we'll yeah, jeez Christ, man, this just keeping these things, these hydroponic stations filled with water is gonna be such a pain in the ass. Hopefully, the massive surge of wells that we have now will help with that. How long have the Fog Islands existed for? It's hard to say. We don't really know. We don't really know. Yeah, we don't really know for certain. The area that is the Fog Islands has obviously been around for a long time. Obedience is right there, but the Fog Islands in their current state, we're not really sure. Good cake. Real good cake. My God. I wonder if there'll be there in the Second Empire by Kenshi too. Maybe. The Fog Islands are one of those things. It may follow a similar like logic path that I was explaining with the shack, where like maybe it wasn't the original plan, but it might end up becoming the plan simply by nature of the fact that like they're so iconic to Kenshi, the Fogmen are, so they may end up doing it. Where am I from? I live in the state of New York. That's about as specific as I'll get. I live in New York. I'm from the US and I live in New York. Any more specific and I may have to kill you, unfortunately. I'm sorry to tell you. So we're not going to get as many patrons during the day. I mean, during the evening hours, which is fine. We do have a good amount of hashish left, good amount of sandwiches left, which is good, good, and we should see some money being brought in again. How's Grink doing? He is doing less good in terms of selling his wares. Less good. Oh, I'm from Europe. It's 5 a.m. here. Yeah, so it's funny, Pato. Whenever we do like the podcast, we do it. New York sucks. Come to Texas. I lived in Texas for a while. I lived in Texas for about a year and a half. I liked it. It was cool. I lived in Red Oak for like a year and change, or just under a year, somewhere in there. I lived in Red Oak when I was like 16 for like, we'll say a year. We'll round it out to a year. I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was about a year. I lived in Red Oak, just outside Waxahachie, about 20 minutes outside Dallas. I'm from the border zone. It's 3 a.m. here. Yeah. So, Pato's from Austria, right? And so whenever we do the podcast, we do it at 2:30 my time, and it's like 8:30 his time. When he pops into the stream, he usually pops in here when it's like 1, 2 in the morning, if the stream is still going, and he pops in and says hi, because he's just getting up at like 5, 6 in the morning to go to work or go to the gym. So yeah, the time differences are wild. Time differences are wild. We've got a couple people from Japan that watch too. So people from Japan that watch. They're watching us from the future. The future. All right. So Yeah, it's just getting wheat to make bread. Pain in the ass. Need more water. Although it does look like we're starting to produce water maybe a little faster than we can grab it, or at least consistently producing water. Some, you know, some kind of barrel of water. So, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Um, yeah, all right. So we are selling things. It's daytime now. So during the day, you'll notice the money goes up because people go in and out of the businesses in the various towns that we have shops set up during the day. So that's when the money's going to go up and down. So that's going to be huge. Thank you. I appreciate it. I built it myself. We are going to, I mean, yeah, it's just water. Water is going to be the biggest issue for us. It's going to be the most consistent issue for us, too. It's almost to the point where I'm like, do we, like, go to an area that maybe has more water consistently and, like, set up a water farm? We might end up having to set up a water... You know what? Fuck it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to set up a water farm somewhere. Literally, we're just going to go to an area, build a bunch of wells, and set up a water farm. Where do we do this, though? That's the real question. Probably down by Gut, right? Gut produces decent amounts of water, right? Right. The Gut produces good amounts of water. It can't be super far away. I don't want it to be like a massive pain in the ass to get there, but yeah, we're gonna need. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I'm doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. I've made up my mind. Set you up right there. You have anything? You in there? That's fine. All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna grab some iron plates, and we're gonna set up a temporary water farm. Just literally a bunch of wells in a random place on the map, and we're gonna use that to get water. That's what we're gonna. How we're gonna do it. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We need Ruka to come over here as well. Ruka's one of our runners, and Ruka can grab multiple. Do we have any building materials in here? Are these loaded up? Raw iron, storage. Yeah, we got plenty of building materials in here, so we're gonna grab a bunch of those. And we're gonna hop to it. So Ruka and Don are gonna go set up a water farm somewhere, and we're gonna use that. We're gonna need power too. Shit. No, you know what? If we go somewhere that rains, we can set up. What kind of water farms do we have? Let's see what kind of viability do we have? Wind pump. We just need iron plates for that. And I think that's the only one we really have, other than like a normal well. It's fine. What's the efficiency on it? 75? But it doesn't use any power, so yeah, maybe we just go somewhere and set up a bunch of wind pumps. Okay. Alright, that's the plan. Then Ruka, you're actually going to go trade those building materials out for iron plates. I lied. You're getting iron plates. Grab a bunch of those. All right. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get a bunch of iron plates together. We're going to go set up a wind farm somewhere for water. I'm halfway tempted to say the Gut, but it's dangerous. It's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous zone. I mean, everywhere it's going to be kind of dangerous. Maybe down in Bast? Bast might be it's going to be dangerous, but, you know, with all the patrols and everything. But, well, shit. Let's... Yeah, where do we do this? Where do we do this? I think Bast is probably the best bet. Let the two of them head out. We'll go up there and see what the water contents look like. We'll just set up a water farm up in Bast. Place where we can go and grab just a shit ton of water. If we can get enough to where we can get ahead of the game and our wells are going to produce a stockpile for a little while, it won't be nearly as bad. Won't be nearly as bad. Man, I want to work on my race mod, but also procrastination. You know what they say? Procrastination's like, you know, masturbation. You're fucking yourself. So, maybe don't do that. Don't do that. Use your time effectively, my friend. Effectively, comrade. Game, Nugget Mafia. I just want to make sure that we're all safe on that end. Beautiful. It's funny that we're also selling drugs out of the restaurants, because then it's really like we're laundering the money. Like, the idea was originally to sell the drugs out of the back end of the restaurant, but, like, I thought I was going to have to run and sell it to, like, individual stores and stuff. It's really funny that we can load up the shop counters with the drugs, with the hashish, and people will just run in and start buying hashish. That's so funny. From the shop counters. Like, from the shop counters. So funny. Purge them. Yeah, flee. We've got Holy Nation on our tail. That isn't good. That isn't good. Alright, what's the water pump situation look like here? No, we're not interested in fighting, guys. We're not interested in fighting. Here's your sandwich, and there's a little there's a freaking brick of hashish on the inside. Why run one crime business when you can run two crime businesses? I have two. I have two stores. I have one in Heft and I have one in Stout. And then I'm going to end up opening a third one in the capital in Henge. Yeah, no, we got two. We're going to open a third here soon, but we need water. Water is the big thing right now. 60% water. All right, we're getting better. To be honest, 60 is way better. 60 is way better. This might be more. This might be viable. We might be able to make this work. Yeah, okay. Let's head on up here. We just gotta escape the Holy Nation, or, you know, maybe just one Holy Nation. I think the two of us can probably take this one Paladin without too much of an issue. Don, make yourself known. Show him what for it mean. Kick his ass. Literally kick his ass. Ruka's gonna have a hard time with this, but that's fine. Don, take taunt. Alright, so we've beaten the shit out of him. Veronica, I thank you for beating the shit out of... Oh, damn it, there's two more. Alright, we need to lose these paladins. And Rook is moving a little slower right now. Wow, we just wanted to set up a water farm. That's all we wanted. No, strength training. No. I knew we should have brought Kenshi with us. This is ridiculous. I feel like I'm doing a fucking, what is it? Oh, what is it? It's an old, really, really old form of comedy. I can't remember what it's called. What is it? Why am I blanking on this? Somebody help me out here. Come on. Black and white, run around in circles a lot, really fast-paced slapstick comedy. Benny Hill. Benny Hill, that's what it was. Yes, thank you. Benny Hill, thank you. Jesus Christ, that was so difficult. Many thanks. Aging myself here. Nah. You're good. You're good. It's good. Oh, shit. Not the fight that I expected to run into. I was hoping to run into some United Cities. Instead, I'm running into a metric ass ton of paladins. That was not the force that I was hoping to run into. Not at all. If I can get it down to just one of these guys, we wouldn't have a problem. It's the 4, 5, 6 of them that's the problem. It's the 5 of them that's a problem. Yeah, okay, we're gonna give it a go. We're probably gonna get our ass kicked, but what are you gonna do? You know. Yeah, there it is. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're probably fine. We're probably fine. Yeah, they leave us right alone. The real concern is going to be, yeah, manhunters or cannibals. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Ruka, we'll get your legs picked up. Get you fixed up. All right. This is going to be where we put our water farm. It's going to be a dangerous water farm, obviously. We're not here to... we're not going to be living here or anything of the sort. It's just a farm for water. So... farming... wind pump. Where we're pumping wind. It's going to be like a... what is it? It's gonna be like a windmill farm is what it is. You guys ever seen those? The like a windmill field. They look badass actually. They look really cool. A bunch of windmills out in the middle of the desert. That's what they are. Iron plates. I have. Oh right, other backpack. There they are. We'll get this built. Rook it down. 2 of you guys just build this. How do you research that wind pump? If I recall, it's in the earlier farming research. I don't know if it's vanilla. It might be part of the Forgotten Buildings. Forgotten Buildings mod. I have a lot of building mods. If you want to see my full load order and whatnot, check out the description below. You can see the I have everything linked. So United Cities are down here doing their own thing. Son of a bitch. Ruka, you work on that. Don, you get over here and show him what for it mean. Show him what for it mean to be Super Sand Legend. Ow. Oh yeah. Come on, Don. Hold him off. Come on, Don. You're better than this. Oh my god. Don. Oh my god. I knew I should have brought Kenshi with us. Here's what we're going to do, because this is clearly not working for me. Kenshi's going to have to come bail us out. That's what's going to end up having to happen with that. Kenshi, get your bung over here. Let's go, Kenshi. Come on. Because Don keeps getting his ass kicked over here in Bast, which is not surprising per se. I just, it's not ideal. I'm mostly concerned about being enslaved or picked up by cannibals, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Kenshi, get on over here. He's moving at full speed. He should be here in a little while, but can we survive that long? That's the question. That is the question. Without being eaten or anything like that. I knew I should have brought him for defense. I just didn't I was like, no, it'll be fine. Don's quick. He can outrun anything. And the issue is that, like, while we're building this place, we are statically not able to run. Okay. We're going to do the water fields. No, I had it right there. I have a great vocabulary. My spelling is terrible. Don't yell at me. I grew up in an era of spell check. Don't yell at me. Oh, man. Okay. So once Kenshi gets here, we'll be safe. We will be safe. All will be well and we will be safe. And this actually may be a good opportunity. Oh, look at that! The cannibal actually was going to come over here and try and eat my ass. The cannibal was going to come try and eat my ass. I knew it. All right, we're gonna do first aid. Rook is in a recovery coma. She ain't getting up for now. That's fine. That pump built. Switch these out. Get these water pumps going. Thankfully, they're wind powered, so we don't have to worry about it too much. It's just a flat rate of increase. And Kenshi will defend us. You got auto dock in your mod list? I do not. I do not. Hell yeah. And then once these are built, we can just fill up our coffers with water. Sweet, succulent wah-wah. Kenji's out here like a weapon that surpassed Metal Gear. That's what, dude, he's a beast. Kenji's a beast. He's a beast. He was one of the quintessential pieces of our dwarf playthrough for ensuring the long-term, you know, so the survival of our people. The survival of our people. We're gonna put you down. I gotta trade backpacks with you. Alright, and then we're gonna pick you right back up and we're gonna get back to work on this thing. As she is unconscious right now. Ruka is unfortunately no longer amongst the awake. She's amongst the living, but she's not amongst the awake. She is, in fact, a sleepy person. Very sleepy. Very sleepy. So, we're just making these water fields nice and full. They're going to start producing a shit ton of water. And then anytime we need water, we'll be able to swing over here and get, you know, 60-something water super quick, which will be very, very helpful for us. And, you know, well, obviously getting water. Listen, Ruka needs a little bit of work. She's not quite as tough or strong as the others. You know, she's working on it. She's working on it. It's a process. Don Tony, not everyone was forged in fire the way Don Tony McChicken was in the Fog Islands, watching his friends get eaten, including Beep. You know, not everybody was forged in the fire of the Fog Islands. Don was, and Shrike was, and Crumble John were, but that's why they're the G's that are, you know, the made men. They've been through some shit. They've seen some stuff. They've seen some stuff and things, right? They've been through it. They've experienced things that we haven't had the displeasure of experiencing. Ruka's just, she's not experienced. They can't all be Don. That's right. There's only one Don, Tony McChicken. There can't be more than one Don. If there was more than one Don, then, you know, there'd be too many Don. That's too many Dons. That's too many Dons. Can I talk? What do you want? You want to talk to the Don? Talk to the Don. What do you want? Funny story. I was on my way to Stoke for a trade deal when I got jumped by escaped slaves. They took all my clothes and supplies and left me with nothing but these rags. What are the chances? So, can I stay here for a bit? I can work. Yeah. Yeah, you can stay. You can stay. You can stay with us. I'm for it. That's fine. You'll, what the fuck is Kenshi? Kenshi is part of the old Ironsides mod. It adds in new type of skeleton called the Ironsides. There are three or four variations. Kenshi is a unique one, so his skin is unique to him. He's a badass. He's a tank. He's a tank. That's what he is. We stumbled upon him in the Black Desert City. Is that a paladin? That's a paladin. So when the paladin comes over here and tries to rob us, as they often do, because they're paladins and that's what they do, Kenji's gonna rock his shit. You know, he's gonna beat the shit out of him, turn him to putty. All right, we're gonna trade with you. Gotta get these iron plates off you. Fantastic. And then we're gonna pick you right back up. We're gonna get back to work. He's a walking blender. That's a good way to put it. Walking blender indeed. We got do we have a new mouth to feed? Yes, but we also have someone that can, you know, help with the fields. Help with the fields. By the time we're done with this one, we should have some decent amount of water here. But this water field is going to be absolutely essential for our operation. We're going to have to send runners out here on occasion to run through the fields of Bast. Fucking cannibals. To run through the fields of Bast. You know, we're going to take the opportunity to try to build some relations with the samurai, too. What do you mean you don't have a med kit? Oh, it's in here. That's why. That's why. Yeah, we want to build good relations with the samurai. So if we can heal a couple of them up while we're here, we will. The better relations we have with the United Cities, the better. It'll make it easier for us to, you know, engage in illegal activity such as the smuggling of you know, of drugs, the smuggling of drugs. Hap, is there anybody down here that we can loot, like armor from? Animals? Not gonna be. That's not gonna be very helpful for us. Not going to be very helpful for us. That's fine. That's fine. All right, so these are built. We're going to collect this water and be on our way. So we need to load up on the Wawa. Load up on the Wawa. 9. We're going to toss those because I don't need them. Load up on the Wawa. All right. Where is... Ruka runners, right? Same deal. Water. Fantastic. And then you, Hep, since you're here as well, even though you can't carry much, you're gonna load up on as what little water you can carry. And actually, we're gonna throw some of this in Kenshi too, because Kenshi can carry the rest. So we're going to get a shit ton of water. This is going to be super helpful for our long term. Water field is important. And we don't have to worry about these being messed with. They should leave them alone in terms of like attacking them or anything like that. And we should just be able to have one of our runners head on over here at any given time. Probably with Kenshi, or I'll just have Kenshi do a run over here solo and throw a bunch of water into his back. Granted, he won't be able to carry as much. He'll probably have runners do it instead, but... you know, we'll be able to get a good steady supply of water that we aren't able to get from our wells. And this will give the wells time to build up a surplus, so that way, fingers crossed, we won't have to come over here all of the time, but we'll just be able to, you know, utilize these temporarily in the interim. So if our wells get behind or anything of the sort, we'll be able to use those to keep things floating while the wells build up a surplus. If all of the wells can have like 10 or 11 water on their inventory, that will make things a hell of a lot easier. Are you paying tax to the United Cities or join them and join the Traders Guild? Right now I'm paying a tax. Once we hit the amount of money that we need to join them, I'll probably end up joining at least the Traders Guild, and we'll go from there. But right now I am paying them taxes. You know, that's what we're doing. And then in the event that we see like the United Cities in danger, we run over and we do, you know, first aid on them and whatnot to help build relations. The end goal being, of course, to prevent having to do taxes and get the United Cities on our side, so we can, you know, make money. So we can make money. We don't have to worry about them performing, you know, drug raids or anything like that on us. Although I'm sure that is a coming. If they find out, I'm sure it is a coming. But. And the emergency save. Guys, I am beyond hyped. I have a cinematic project coming, and I'm beyond hyped for it. I've been doing, not just the anthology series, but I have another cinematic project coming. So, at the end of my Dwarf series, I said that I was going to make a cinematic, like, you know, Lord of the Rings style, like conclusion for the Dwarf series, where I basically did the entire final battle of the Dwarf series in a like highly cinematic like recording with like story and all that stuff, to kind of close out the series. And I should have it done pretty soon. I'm about halfway through editing it, maybe a little less than halfway, probably like 40% of the way through editing it. I got to get a bit more footage and stuff, but it's going to be the final conclusion to the Dwarf series now that the live streams are over, and I am beyond excited about it. It should be coming out very, very soon, though. It's going to be my first like machinima cinematic experience on this channel, especially for Kenshi, and I am beyond excited about it. So stay tuned for the next couple of days for that. It's probably going to be something I work on all day tomorrow, and it's probably going to be something I work on after stream tonight, too. Dwarf Fortress, the movie. So basically, I'm replaying the final battle against the Southern Hive from the Dwarf live streams, from the Return of the Dwarf series. I'm replaying the final battle, but I'm doing it in a way that's cinematic. It's going to be very, very, like, high camera motion, impact frames, like the whole nine, impact shake, all that jive. And then it's also going to have the after-battle conclusion with, you know, the memorials and the wrapping up of the story and the, you know, reclamation of their home and all of that stuff. So it's going to be the final conclusion to the whole series, and I'm very excited about it. I hope everybody enjoys it. It's going to be a good time. Going to be a good time. I'm very proud of it. It comes out really cool. Pato got a sneak peek of it the other day and was super hyped about it. Do we have water storage? I don't think we do. We need to build water storage. Farming. Water tower. And we'll build the water tower, and I think we're just going to put it, like, literally in the middle of the farms. Lens flare, camera shake, impact shots. Yeah, all of it. It's all going to be there. It's all there. It's all there. It's all there. That's ridiculous. Why did you do that, Don? All right. So Ruka, I need to see where they just put this shit. Okay. I'll take all of these. We don't need to be putting all of the water into one fucking... Oh my god, we don't need to be doing that. We just dropped all of the water we got into one, like three fields. That's so stupid. All right, and then hopefully that gives the fields an opportunity to, you know, like the wells an opportunity to build up a surplus. Yeah, no, I'm putting a lot of work into this. It's got you know, cinematography. It's got fucking camera shake, lens flare. It's got epic battle music. It's got choreography. I've built sets for it. I've like run through. I've repeated the final battle against the Southern Hive, I think 9 times now, just to get a variety of camera shots and angles and all that stuff, and specific fights with specific characters. And I've made set pieces. I've created, you know, whole set pieces for this whole thing. So it's not going to be quite as extensive as, say, like my anthology series, which is going to be voice acted and all of that stuff. But this is going to be that first step to kind of show people like what to expect with that anthology series when it comes to fruition finally. So that intro step, you know, that intro, 1-2 step, 1-2 step. All right, and now we have a steady supply of water, which is good. So all of these wheat straws can start growing effectively now. And now that they can start growing effectively, what also can happen is our existing wells, even though they're slow, can build up a surplus. And the hope is that that will keep things going. Now, Hep, since you're new here, your entire job is going to be to haul water to the well. That's your entire job. That's what you do. You haul water to the water holder. That's what you do. Sounds nice. What's your profession? So admittedly, I'm hesitant to say what my day job is. I work in an industry that is very tight-lipped. I'll say this. I work in the legal field. not as a lawyer, but I work alongside a lot of attorneys and paralegals and lawyers and whatnot. I work in a halfway point between the medical and the legal field. That's the industry that I work in. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, yeah. I work at the I work in the halfway point between the legal field and the medical field. I also work on YouTube. It's good cake. Great cake. So, oh man. My hope though is that by the end of this year, I'll be able to transition to YouTube full time. It just depends if I'm making, if I'm getting consistent donations and consistent ad revenue and all that stuff to pay my bills. I have wife and kids and a house and all that stuff I have to pay for. So, but my goal is that by the end of this year, if things continue the way they are, I'll be able to do YouTube full time. So, health insurance CEO got a target on your back. Not a health insurance CEO, I can tell you that much. Not that much. No, no. No, 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 no. No, my hope though is that I can do YouTube full time. Truthfully, I hate the industry that I work in. I hate I hate the industry that I work in many ways. It's not what I want to do. I do it because I'm good at it. I don't do it because I like it. I do it because it pays the bills, puts food on the table, keeps a roof over my kid's head, all of that stuff. But it's not what I want to do. I want to do something that is more rewarding mentally, that's more creative and whatnot. That's always been the end goal. So at current rate, my sub count, if it continues the way that it is, by the end of this year, I should be somewhere between 25 and 40,000. And that's being generous. Realistically, I'm probably going to end up hitting 20K by April-ish, mid to end of April if things continue the way they've been going, which will be pretty cool. And I'm slated to hit like 40K by the end of the year if the trend is there. But things can go up, things can go down. But my hope is that by the end of the year, I'll be able to do this full time. My things are going well. Like I said, it largely depends on streaming donations, memberships. It comes down to revenue. It really comes down to revenue. So, Kenshi Kenny is the most subscribed Kenshi YouTuber. Kenshi Kenny has 100 million subscribers and reviews Kenshi mod. I don't even think I know who Kenshi Kenny is. I'm gonna look him up. Because I have no fucking idea who that is, actually. Maybe he'd be somebody who would want to hop on the podcast. Kenshi Kenny. Where you at? I don't think I know Kenshi Kenny. Kenshi Kenny has 2 subscribers. I see one Kenshi Kenny and he has 2 subscribers. There's Reggie. But Reggie's not solely Kenshi. Kenshi Kenny has 2 subscribers. I don't know who Kenshi Kenny is. You really set me up there. There's a real Kenshi Kenny. Yes, there is. There's a guy on there. His name is Kenshi Kenny, and he has 2 subscribers. 2. You got me. By Jove, you got me. Alright, so now that we have a surplus of Wawa, things should be going okay. Yeah. And what we're going to do, actually, is I'm going to take this backpack off. Said, wait, there's a Kenshi. There actually is a Kenshi Kenny. He's real? He's real? Yeah, he's real. He's real. Turns out he's real. He's been real the whole time. the hope is that we can keep this thing full, that there's a surplus and we'll be able to keep it full. I'm actually going to have these guys help with it too. Their whole thing is going to be auto hauling for right now. All three of you guys hop to it. Auto haul to the water tower. Traders Guild visit. All right. Donnie, go out here and see what they're doing. Free world. I wasn't aware of that. All right. Yeah. I'll deal with them later. It's funny how they keep re-saying the same message to me. I'm pretty sure it's because I import, but Jesus. If it's revenue, then you just need to start hot tub Kenshi streams. Totally underserved market. What I need to do, honestly, is start streaming from Twitch too. I need to start dual streaming. It's been something I've been meaning to do. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I have it set up. I just have to play with the settings because it doesn't work properly right now. The streams on Twitch are like black screening. So that's part of it, you know. But it's a process. It's a process. We're processing. It's a process. All right, we need to get more hashish up and rolling. How are we looking on that? There's over 3 million Kenshi mods in 2026 and multiple complete overhauls for the game. Indeed. Kenshi's market is bananas. Kenshi's market is bananas. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're actually gonna go to we're gonna go over to Heft, and we're gonna drop off some hashish, and not only some hashish, actually, we're gonna drop off some hashish, and we're gonna get some dust switches in there as well. Perfect. All right, so these guys right here are gonna go to Heft. Donnie's going to go to Heft here to drop off some product. He's got to deliver some supply. We got some stuff at Stout. We're going to go to Heft. Henge. Sorry, not Heft. Henge. Is the water working as in you have enough now? You should also buy a Garu. Yeah, we have more than enough water. We're actually producing a surplus, it looks like. Now that we took some... Because the issue is that they were taking the water from the wells as quick as they were producing them, right? And so they weren't able to build up any surplus. And so it was becoming a problem. Now they're utilizing the water in the storage here, and by the time they get through the water in the storage here, all of the wells have produced one. We refill it, so now we're currently producing a surplus of water. So now we're ahead of the game. Things are good. And worst case, absolute worst case, even if it's going down slow, we can always go back to the water fields and grab some more. So. We have enough to where we can produce regularly without having an issue, and then on occasion we might run out, and then we can just get more and we'll be fine. So, but the water field, next time we go back to the water fields, there's going to be 60 water there. So we have basically an infinite source of water. We just have to have one or two people with some good stackable backpacks go get them. That's all. That's all. We just got to be able to go get them. No big D. And we should be able to start producing food faster, which is good. And we should also be able to start producing green fruit hydroponics. Because once we do green fruit hydroponics, instead of producing dust switches, we can actually produce... we can produce dust switches and food cubes, and we can start selling those as well. Food cubes actually sell pretty decent in stores, if I recall. And Don runs so damn quick that no one's going to bother him when he drops off product. He's just going to drop off some product, and then he's going to get out of here. Hero bosses. These guys are still around? I'm pretty sure I killed them. Pretty sure I killed those guys. Fort Mirage. I killed Lord Mirage. Why are you still here? Just wondering why water wells are built so far from your base. Because my base currently has 20 water wells, but they all are operating at a 10% efficiency, so they weren't producing fast enough. So I built 6 water pumps in Bass that are operating at a 60% efficiency. so we could have a surplus of water, and then we can use that as a backup in the event that we need more. We'll have 60 water waiting for us at all times. So it was a way to get vast amounts of water quickly, so that way we could use our wells to build a surplus. Because the problem is they were taking from the wells before they could finish, and it wasn't working. So, when you are putting things at a shop counter, they don't sell for the sell value; they sell for the buy value. So when people come in and buy our dust switches, we're not getting 388, we're getting 777. So we'll get the 874 for the food cube. The only time that you get the sell value is if you go to a shop and you sell it. But if you're at the shop counter, they're paying for the buy price, which honestly is a very convenient mechanic. You know, it's a good mechanic. Because you're not selling it. I mean, you are selling it, but they're buying it from you as like a shop. Like it's meant to really make you feel like a shop. So you're buying it at the competitive price. I mean, you're selling it at the competitive price. So, and we should start seeing our money go up here as well. Good. Don runs so fast that his legs start to like go backwards. He starts moonwalking. You see that shit? He runs so fast that he's moonwalking sometimes. Wild. Look at him from this side. He moonwalks. So funny. Yeah, I think if something is cheaper, they're more likely to buy it. That's true. That's true. It also depends on the local economy as well. Nobles, all that stuff. That's why Trader's Edge is a decent place. Stout is a decent place. They get a lot of foot traffic from like mercenaries, and all that stuff. And Nobles will clean your shop right out sometimes. They'll just walk right in and clean your shop right out. That's if you're lucky, but you know, yeah. Once we have a little bit more cash, we're going to end up going to the capital as well, and we're going to set up a third shop there. The goal is, of course, to have a shop in every city. How are our shopkeepers doing? Let's go to Burn. How are we doing in Stout? We're selling a little bit. We're selling mostly hashish right now. It seems like those who are coming in and buying stuff are mostly buying hashish, which is interesting. Very interesting indeed. Selling shops don't work well in vanilla. I have one mod that helps with that by resetting the what is it? It corrects the issue of the character allowances not resetting every day, so they actually have money in their inventory. Because part of the issue, the reason why they don't work well in vanilla is that for the most part, people are only interested in buying and selling medical supplies and food. And then in addition to that, they only have so much. They have like an allowance, right? So like a peasant might get 600 cats. That's what they have. But it's supposed to reset at the end of every day. And with the way the game is normally, it doesn't. And so what happens is they have 600 cats and they never they spend it once and they never spend it again. So shops work like they work really well at first and then they stop working. There are mods to fix that though, and I have one of them on, and it does help. However, I might end up looking for another one as well to help increase things a tiny bit, like a tiny bit as well. Like I might look for one that increases the allowance, like within realistic parameters. You know, the peasants, you know, obviously aren't gonna be walking around with a ton of money, but I might do one that increases the amount that people usually have. We'll go from there. But we do have 2 shops open where we're selling dust switches and hashish. So there's that. In my experience, Stout works really, really well for this. It may also benefit us to open multiple restaurants in the same town as well. So we may end up doing something along those lines as well. So like this residential hut right here, maybe we'll buy this, and we'll open up another one as well, right over here. So let me actually go buy some. It's closed right now, but in the morning we'll go buy some building materials. We'll drop another shop counter, and we'll get the place running as well. Currently, don't make enough for that many restaurants. I mean, we're making an okay amount. We have enough food in surplus too. We're making enough food for surplus that it should be fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. Artie, how are you? How are you? Also, areas that have high amounts of trade caravans and stuff coming in and out, they also tend to have pretty decent sellage as well. They'll come in and they'll buy and sell quite a bit more. Can you do slave trading and have slaves without actually having them be in your party? Um, I can buy slaves and they'll join my party, or I can sell people as slaves and then they will, no longer. They'll just be slaves. I can do that, but in the morning, which is always an option. I could always work on that. That would help me get good relations with the slave traders too, which by default is probably not a bad position to be in. Also, if I hang out here long enough, I can, we'll find people that we can enslave. Or what is it? The Western Hive gets in fights in Stout all the time. If you hang out in here long enough, always into being a fight in Stout. It's happened quite a few times in this playthrough alone. Western Hive's always getting in fights. Always getting in fights. No, I might open up another shop counter, though. I'm going to. I'm going to open up another shop counter over here. Leave that door open and just have multiple buildings. Maybe I'll take some of the surplus from this. Like, I'll take half of what's in this shop counter and put it over there as well, just to kind of diversify it out. Get more foot traffic. Buy as many buildings as I can. Open as many businesses as I can. Going to sleep. It was nice to discover you. We'll be waiting to see what's next. God bless you. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping in. I sincerely appreciate it. You have a wonderful rest of your evening. We're sitting at 167 people on the stream right now, guys. Fantastic. Fantastic. Between 170 and 200 has been like the average turnout recently, so it's always really cool to see it. Always really cool to see it. I'm glad people are enjoying the streams. I'm glad people are enjoying listening to me prattle on and answer lore questions and all that stuff. It's really cool. Really, really cool. Hell yeah. Not long ago, 100 was normal. Yeah, so what is it? A month ago, my average turnout was 50, 60 people. So 2 months ago, my average turnout was 30. Then my highest turnout ever was like 70. And then 122, and then all of a sudden my now I'm sitting at like 170 to 200. My highest so far has been 250, but I average between like 170 and 200, 220, somewhere in there. So it's been cool. It's been really, really cool. It has been really, really cool. I'm glad people are enjoying. I'm glad people are continuing to turn out and all of that stuff. And yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. The shorts have a lot to do with it. You know, people like to come in and ask lore questions, and I imagine there's also the slight hope that one of the questions that they ask gets turned into a short, because I do make a lot of shorts. I imagine that's part of it, but all right, we're gonna drop this over here. And we're gonna build this. So it's crazy. It's crazy. The turnout on the streams has been really, really good. Really, really good. Financially, the streams have kind of slowed down a little bit, but I get it. It's the season. It's right after Christmas. Things kind of start to what people are still recovering from Christmas and all of that stuff too. So never something that I'd like actively complain about. But the turnout for the streams themselves has been becoming increasingly good, which is always cool. Getting more and more people in here by the day. By the day. So my hope too is that new series will also kind of like revitalize things a little bit more as well, and keep people interested. Yeah, multiple shop counters. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. Multiple shop counters means multiple avenues of buying and selling. Buying and selling. Buying and selling. As the great Lewis Black once said, buying and selling. Pimps and whores. Pimps and whores. If nobody gets that reference, you're goated. I'm hoping when the streams are even bigger, you'll get more often, some more donations and stuff more often. Content creator advice, put 2 hours into doing nothing, but making a format for stream thumbnails that stands out and makes people curious about the game. The hard thing with stream thumbnails is that I make one, so my normal content, I make the thumbnails different every time, obviously. For the streams, I'm usually running 2 or 3 series at a time. And so because of that, I'll make one thumbnail and just change the episode out because I want it to be identifiable from the other ones. It's also kind of difficult to make a unique thumbnail for each stream that is relevant to the stream. So no, not we're gonna sell him into slavery. That's what we're doing. There we are. Talk to you. Deal. 400 cats. Easiest 400 bucks I ever made. All I had to do was sell a person. Rebel farmers. What I need is a Western Hive caravan to show up. But I haven't seen them recently. I wonder if they got sick of getting their ass kicked by the United Cities, because that was a problem for a while. The United Cities was really beating up the Western Hive caravans. That's what I need, because I can take the Western Hive. Oh, wait. There's Western Hive caravans here. Who knows? Who knows? Get some white and red text with a black outline and a broad font, and then put them in a blurred photo of a beautiful Kenshi landscape and an up-close shot of your coolest character with saturation and sharpness. Oh, trust me, I know the I know the deals. I make I spend a lot of time on Canva doing like most of my thumbnails and whatnot. My stream thumbnails tend to be, admittedly, a little bit lazier, but yeah. I spend a stupid amount of time on Canva, actually. Not just for thumbnails, but for like everything. I use Canva for fucking everything. It's actually quite annoying how much I use Canva. Alright, so the Western Hive is here. My hope is that maybe they'll pick a fight with somebody. They usually do. A fight usually gets picked. And if they do that, then maybe, possibly. Mayhaps. Hey, mortal, how are you? Welcome back. Goddamn, no fight with the Western Hive this time. That's fine. It's fine. How are we doing on surplus, on supply? Do we gotta make another run? Nah, we're looking okay. Hashish is there. Hashish is being made. So we've got 2 stores in Stout that are actively selling, which is really cool. Really cool. Burns over here making gains, just making some serious gains. Burns kind of a jack skeleton. Look at him. I would not want to run into this man in an alley. He's fucking huge. This guy is absolutely strong AF. He's a big man. He's a big man. They look good, but the gray dark red color scheme isn't good at making people curious about it. The game bold texture, saturated blur background. Good CTR. I mean, yeah. I did the dark red color scheme specifically on the Nugget Mafia one, just because I liked I wanted to do something that was related to the Mafia. But I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Maybe I'll switch it around. I'll look into it. I will look into it. I find it weird how skeletons can increase strength. Yeah, I do think it is a weird mechanic. It's a strange idea. They're just yeah. I don't think I have any like in lore justification for it. It's just it's a weird mechanic, a weird idea. Brink, how are you doing? All right. He's buying and selling a little bit. He's buying and selling a little bit. Things are happening. We made back all of the money that we spent on that building, which is cool. Yeah, all the money that we spent on that second shop in Stout is already opened up. I might open up another shop over here as well. That bug house is available. Do they have a smaller one, or is that the only one? Yeah, the bug house is available. Is it worth it? That's the question. That's always the question. Is it worth it? And I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. It seems like this city in particular, Henshire, despite being the hub of the Traders Guild, skeletons that have higher toughness should be easier to knock out. Despite this being the head of the Traders Guild, it seems like it's not. We're not getting a lot of buying and selling happening here, which is really annoying. Really annoying. We're actually getting more economic value out of Stout than we are Henge, which is both annoying and interesting to behold. Both annoying and interesting. I wish that this menu wasn't all up here. Like it's... I can't lower it down, which is really frustrating. I don't know... I didn't know the hero of yore was a miser and did have the cats. Didn't have the... I mean, I guess, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, the cats. Oh, okay. Never mind. We're there. We're there. I'm a brain dead fool. Ignore me. I understand what you're talking about now. We're there. We're back. I'm caught up. Yeah. Ignore me. I'm back. All right. This area is really cool to build a double castle like Castle Rock in Game of Thrones. I have a pretty... I like my little drug farm here. A little drug farm. How are we doing on water? Okay, so we are losing water slowly, but it is slow, which is way, way better than losing it immediately, which is what we were doing before. And it looks like we're able to produce food a lot quicker, which is cool. Which is cool. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to pop into here. Don, head on over here. Pop on into here, and we're going to start the green fruit operation. So originally we had all of these cactus farms, right? And the cactus farms were what we're making food from. But we're going to actually stop that. I think we're going to switch to green fruit, and that'll allow us to clear up some of this space in here, make this feel a little bit more open, and we can transition to hydroponics and green fruit. We may need a couple more power generators, but then we can make food cubes. Which I think will sell a bit better. Yeah. Well, I wonder if that's true. What food sells the best? I wonder if there's information on it. There's got to be a reason for it. Let's find out. What food sells the best on Kenshi? Okay. Let's see if we can find out. Yeah, I'm thinking food cubes. You know, I'm thinking we'll sell some food cubes. Mining deposits. None of that. Trading, refining, crafting, cheese trading. Tech hunters, blood rum. None of that. Smuggling, looting, ancient cities. Come on. Good stuff. Would you recommend I put half of my life savings to buy a PC and play the game, or buy a bad one that's good enough to get through just to get the game running? In full transparency, already with the way that like the price of RAM and memory and all that stuff is right now, I would not. It's not worth it. Eventually, things will come back down. And when it does, then I would invest in something that's, you know, like really good. I wouldn't buy like a bad one, but like if you're gonna buy a PC, buy a pre-built at this point. Like everyone used to shit on pre-builts because you know they were pre-built and they were not they were usually pricier than what they're for. But like, dude, find a pre-built. You can find some really good pre-builts for way less than the cost of the individual parts now that that are inside of it that run phenomenally. You can get some really good deals by going to like wholesale places like you know, Sam's Club, Kroger, what is it? Costco. I've seen some really good ones from Costco and Kroger. I don't think Kroger's right, but Costco, yeah, Costco, Sam's Club, BJ's, that kind of stuff. Like go to one of those, look for a pre-built, and grab one of those. You're gonna save way more money. You're gonna get way better bang for your buck. The individual components of the PC you'll get will be worth far more than you probably pay for it. Yeah. If you're gonna do it, then get a really nice pre-built and go from there. You'll save a lot of money. You'll save a lot of money. The current state of the like the gaming market is really rough, and I don't think it's worth it to. I don't think it's worth it to shill out to build one right now. It's just not. It's just not. Wing Wang, why are you unconscious? Oh, because you... Oh, your arms got fucking destroyed. Oh my god. Someone Wing Wanged Wing Wang. In order of cats, ration packs, food cubes, dust switches, meat wraps. Which ones sell best, though? That's the question. I'm pretty sure food cubes actually sell better than... Ew. That's weird. I've gotten up here before. Is it blocked because of this? Because of this well? There we go. Okay, so Wing Wang is Wing Wanged. His arms are all fucked. That one well was blocking him, so he couldn't get down. I didn't realize that was going to block the walkway. We gotta get him some food. This man is malnourished. Put him down. Wing Wang, get some food. Alright, fantastic. And then we're going to fix those arms right up, buddy. Wing Wang got Wing Wanged something fierce. My guy's arms are literal fucking, like they're jello. Negative 300. Oh my god. I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened to him. Oy vey. I have no idea. Can't even begin to fathom what happened to my boy. Hop back over to burn. Burn, 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 burn. Alright, so we're still getting some sales here. It is taking some time. Yeah, I'm thinking food cubes are probably the way to go. Food cubes are probably the way to go, which means we need green fruit. We're going to switch up our tactics. We'll, yeah. Switch up our tactics. Alright, so hydroponics, farming. Best sell ratio is food cube, grog, dust switch, meat wraps. Okay. Alright, so food cubes it is. So we're going to start making green fruit. We got to get veggie tails. We need hydroponic veggie tails. Hydroponics. Hydroponic vegetables is what we need. Ancient science books. Fantastic. Alright, Don, you're going out. You're going out, good buddy. And you're going to take Ruka with you because she needs some practice. He needs some practice. He is currently not moving at peak efficiency, and that's unacceptable, so you're taking Ruka with you. Alright, the two of you are going out. You guys are going to go make a trip to Stout. Cool. Passive, block, hold. And we're gonna make a run for Stout. Triangle bandits are coming. Right, I forgot about that. Well, we'll let Don and Ruka head over there. We'll let them get just outside Stout, and then we'll jump back to them. As for the Triangle bandits, we're gonna see how our lovely Lovely team does on that. Wing Wang, are you able to use turrets right now? Is that a thing that you can do, good sir? No, his arms are fucked up. Okay. You're gonna hop back up here for a while. Your arms are currently working, so you're gonna hop back up here and take Wing Wang's position as well. Are there any gear items in Kenshi that have physics when you walk around? You know, is it like the Garu backpack? There's a couple gear items like the lanterns and stuff like that. It's a very small list actually. If you go in the Forgotten Construction Kit, you can see the ones that do. Oh, dude, they didn't even give him a chance to talk. Just started unloading on him. Just started unloading on him. See how quickly they can take this group down. Yeah, just shoot them with harpoons. Shoot them with poons. Maybe Wing Wang got hit with crossfire from harpoons or something when he if something got right up on the wall. I don't think anything's gotten up through the gate quick enough, but maybe. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that something took something hit the old Wing Wang. Hodoro. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to get him some medical attention, too. Jesus Christ, what is happening to you people? You guys are messed up. Hodoro got shot really bad. My guy got real fucked up. Anybody else have a skeleton repair kit? Anybody? No? Made Men? Cosmic? Humblejohn? Kits? Ruka? Enforcers. None of you guys have any. Oh my god. Why are you guys in such bad shape? What are you guys doing? My lord. Don, get back here. Move at full speed. Move at full speed. Still no skeleton bed. No. No, I'm lacking. I'm severely lacking. Don't yell at me, Vaughn. I'm working on it, okay? These things take time. They take time. Heal this man up. Fantastic. We also need to repair you. Yeah. Weird. Weird how that happens. My AI settings set to. Yeah, okay, well, shit, alright. Sure. Alright, Don, what are you doing? Engineer? No, that's not what you need to go back to Ruka now. You need to get back to Ruka now. That gate's shut. God damn it, Snaps, what are you doing? You friggin' fool, man. Not your job. You operate the bread ovens. That's your job. You operate bread. You make bread. You pass butter. That's your job. 32K in the bank. Can't afford a skeleton bed. I mean, I can afford it. I just haven't done it yet. I can afford it. I just haven't done it yet. Hey, Hero, kind of a speculation question, but if you had to ballpark a rough population count for the total skeleton population in Kenshi as of the first Kenshi game, what would you estimate it at? Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Well, I don't think I could make an accurate guess. Are we counting thralls? Because thralls are a big one. I'd say there's a couple thousand. I'd say like if you include thralls and stuff, I'd say the population of skeletons in total is like 1,000 or 2,000 tops. There used to be tens of thousands, and I would say there's like maybe 1,000. Maybe 1,000. Across the entirety of Kenshi, which sounds like a lot, but when you look at it from a lore perspective, there's probably like a ton of like the population of humans and stuff probably far outclasses that, you know. I'd say there's probably like 1,000, maybe. I think that's a fair number. I think it's a fair number is 1,000. Yeah, I'd have to dig more into like spawn rates and all that kind of stuff to see like what the population variation could be and all of that. But I would say there's probably like maybe one or 2,000, like not too many. There's enough to where like you still run into them, but they are scarce. They are scarce. They are scarce. All right, show me what you got. Show me your goods. Ah, you bastards. They got one ancient science book. That's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough. No, it is not. The materials for a skeleton may cost less than a single repair kit. Yeah, I think it's the research. I don't know if I have the research for it yet. What it is. I don't think I do anyway. Is it interior? Is it an interior or is it in power? Skeleton repair bed. Oh, it is there. Look at that. I do have that. Wow. All right. Well, turns out I'm just a jackass. Don't. Shh. Shh. Don't worry about it. Shh. Shh. Don't you worry about it, okay? Don't you worry about it. Just turns out that I'm a bit of a dope. 5 electrical components, 5 iron plates, 5 copper. All right, remind me before the end of the stream, and I will build a skeleton repair bed just for you, Vaughn. Just for you. I'll build one just for you. Laugh at the streamer. Laugh at him. Everyone point and laugh. Everyone point and laugh. Oh, God. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we need ancient science books. We grabbed 2 from here. We have to go to Henge now. We're fleeing. At the speed of fucking sound, we are fleeing. I'm also going to save it. There we go. We found out the hero is kind of a jerk. Could have had it the whole time. I don't know if I'd say a jerk. A jackass, maybe. I don't know if I'd go with jerk. I think that's harsh. I think that's harsh. I don't know if I'd say I was being mean as much as just stupid. You know, that's possible. I'd take that. I would take that. I can be a little dopey sometimes. Fine. It's fine. Don't you worry about it. As someone who decks walls with dozens of skeleton gunners, I learned quickly that repair kits were a waste of money in the long run. No, you're right. You're right. For some reason in my brain, the like line that it is on the tech tree and then the materials to make it were like more than it was for some reason. Not something I thought about, but I'll make it before we get back. If I don't, once I grab the ancient science books that I need, I will make a point to grab the materials to make it. Neglecting your skelly boys is pretty rude to me. I wasn't neglecting them. That makes it sound so harsh. I was ignoring them in the event that you know, I was inadvertently ignoring them, and as a result, they may have lost. They may have ceased functioning on this mortal coil. But what I did there? I made a pun. It was a very terrible pun, but it was a pun. Do you see what I have done? I need to actually see back at the base. Do we have a you shouldn't be fighting. You're a fucking you shouldn't be fighting. That's not your job. You don't fight. You pass butter. That's your job. If you were somehow in charge of Kenshi 2, what will you add and what will you remove and why? This is a completely random question. Ooh, that is a good one. What would I add and what would I remove? I want the ability to... I want to increase the dynamic nature of settlements. I want you to be able to have, like, NPCs move in. I want to be able to charge NPCs rent and all of that stuff, where they'll pay you for the privilege of living in your safe city and all of that stuff. That's something that I would add in. As for something I would remove, what would I remove from Kenshi? What's something about Kenshi that really grinds my gears, right? Really gets my go. I would decrease the clunkiness of the UI. I would restructure it. I like the UI. It's got all of the things, but I think there's got to be ways to simplify it and make it less cumbersome. I don't like that it takes up effectively a fifth of the screen. There's got to be a way to make it less cumbersome on the screen. That's that's kind of it. I think that's what I would change. I think that's what I would change. Oh, and I would also, I think I would add in, I would add some more variations to like interactions with factions. Like instead of being strict allies with them, like it'd be cool to add in like a, some kind of governance mechanic or something. Like you can win, like you can what is it, if you raise your standing with a faction high enough, maybe they give you a building inside of a town, right? Instead of having to buy it, they're like, hey, we have, say you get your ally rating with them up to 80, they give you a noble title, and then they give you a building inside of a town for free, and you can live there. And stuff like that. There's little things that you can do to make your interactions with the individual factions seem more worthwhile, that I think would be really cool. I also would think that the idea of a lineage mechanic would be cool. Not necessarily like having kids and stuff, but being able to like craft like a family line or a family tree for roleplay purposes, where like you can assign. This is completely off the cuff wild stuff, but like not in the sense that like I want NPCs like fucking having kids, but like you could create a chart where you could be like, hey, this is like the father, and then you could have 3 kids, and you could assign them as the kids, and it changes dialogue between your characters, where like the character that you assign as like a fatherly role will have dialogue that reflects that position, or you could marry characters together and they'll have dialogues that reflect that position with each other, and it would add a lot of like uniqueness to the sandboxing and stuff like that. It'd be cool. It'd be neat. It'd be neat to have kind of like reactive dialogue like that, where it enables interaction is what it is. It increases interaction, stuff like that. It's little stuff. It's little things like that that lets you really dive into the game and like get immersed into the characters and stuff like that. It'd be cool. Be cool. Yeah, you can make 2 people rivals so they get extra experience when fighting alongside each other. That'd be really cool too. If you're fighting within proximity of someone that you have assigned as a rival, you get like a 10% XP buff or a 15% XP buff. That would be really cool. So little things like that. I think stuff like that is really cool and really unique, and adds a layer of intricacy to the game that is really cool. Another game that does that actually is some of the Total War games let you do that, and I've always thought that was a really cool mechanic where you can do stuff like that. It's really, really cool. Guys, we're sitting at 232 people in the stream right now. I haven't checked the population of the stream in quite some time. So that's pretty cool. I didn't realize we had this many people in here. It's badass. Thank you guys, everybody, for popping in. Remember to like the stream. It does it does help. 235 people. Yeah, remember to like the stream, guys. We got 235 people in here and only 22 likes on the stream. It does help push it in the algorithm. So I would very much appreciate it. Do remember to drop a little likey in the stream. It does help. Helps keep these things alive. Speaking about kids, what will happen if a Shek and a human had a baby? What the race would be, and what would the advantages and disadvantages be? Okay, so that's theoretically if it's possible, which I genuinely don't know if it is, because I think the Shek are so far gone that even if they have this, like, I don't think they have the same same species anymore, right? Like, in order to have children between two individuals that are of different species, they have to have the same genus. And I don't know if the Shek have evolved so far out that they're not even of the same genus anymore. So, for instance, tigers and lions can have offspring in the form of a liger because they have the same genus but a different species, right? The problem is that when you have offsprings of creatures that are of the same genus but different species, they come out sterile. That's why you don't have a population of ligers. So breeding between those can happen, but the offspring would be sterile. So in the event that Shek could, interbreed with humans, and that they haven't evolved so far in the evolutionary path that they're no longer of the same genus, then I mean it would result in a sterile offspring that is effectively, it would have short stubby horns and would be tougher than a human but weaker than a Shek. But the reality is that they're probably too far separated from each other to be able to have offspring. So wouldn't count on it. Wouldn't count on it. Didn't the Shek aren't the Shek made by robots, like an advanced human? They were made as a byproduct of slight genetic alterations done to humans to make them more aggressive and more durable. Basically more aggressive was the main point. But then over thousands of years, they evolved because of those genetic alterations down a different evolutionary path. That led them to develop bone armor plating and be more durable in that sense. But they were indistinguishable from humans. They just had genetic alterations to make them more aggressive. So boogers. It also depends on how close the genus and species are too. Like if they've reached a point where they've diverged far enough, hybrid offspring are possible, but they are not. They'll be sterile. They aren't able to reproduce by on their own. Like ligers again are a good example of that. There are some examples of crossbreeding where it is still viable. I think gerbsters are an example of that, where they're gerbils and hamsters just close enough to where the offspring aren't sterile. But again, I don't think Shek and humans are that close. I don't think that would be the. I don't think that would work, or it would operate on Elder Scrolls logic, where they would always come out to be a Shek. I feel like they'd always follow the mother's trait, or if being a Shek is dominant, like a part of the dominant gene, they'd come out as looking like a Shek. If they followed like Elder Scrolls logic or something like that. So, who knows? It's hard to say. Hard to say. All right, we're going to the capital. We're making a trip to the capital. You mean Dragon Age and Elder Scrolls? No, I think Elder Scrolls is they follow the dominant gene of the mothers, right? They always turn into an elf. Someone verify that on me. Elder Scrolls do have half-breeds in the sense of the Bretons, which were the commingling of the Nugget elves and the humans. But I'm pretty sure in Elder Scrolls, elves and no, that's not true. Elder Scrolls can have kids. The Bretons are literally half-elves. The Bretons are the byproduct of several generations of intermingling between the Nugget elves and the human population. I'm pretty sure that they come out looking like elves, but the Bretons are the byproduct of several generations of it happening. Dragon Age is same as Mob. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. I knew it was one of them. Needs were proto-humans and the Aldmeri were elves. That's what it was. Sorry, you're correct. The needs were proto. It was the needs and the Aldmeri. That's what it was. You're right. Listen, I get the elves, all the elves confused. There's too many fucking elves in Elder Scrolls. Too many fucking elves. Too many mer. Yeah, it was the needs and the was it the direct? No, it wasn't the Aelids. I'm pretty sure it may have been the Dureni elves. Was it the Dureni? I don't know. I think the Bretons were the Dureni, because whatever race of elves bred with humans to create the Bretons that had intermingled with them for so long ended up actually breeding themselves out of existence. Like that form of elf is not even around anymore. Like they're no longer even around. They exist in a purely hybrid form. Too many murder, Pelennor Whitestrake. Dude, let me fucking tell you about Pelennor Whitestrake. Pelennor Whitestrake is like the original badass. This motherfucker, okay? Let me fucking tell you about Pelennor Whitestrake. I love Pelennor Whitestrake. He's one of my favorite characters in Elder Scrolls lore for several reasons. One of them is there was a moment in history where this man had just slaughtered thousands of elves. He's covered, absolutely saturated in the blood of elves. And someone asked this man, how does it feel to know that you have killed thousands of intelligent creatures? And his response was, and I quote, I don't know, I've only killed elves. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny. Pellinal Whitestrake, the cyborg paladin from the future. The time-traveling cyborg paladin. 252 people on stream. Guys, that's a new record. We have broken a new record this evening. We have officially broken a new record. 252 people on stream. That's badass, guys. Pellinal Whitestrake, the man who slaughtered an army of elves, stood in a stood atop a hill, screamed Riemann at the top of his lungs, and then vanished. And then, like several hundred years later, Emperor Riemann, was the first Emperor Riemann that was holding the what is it? He had the Jewel of Kings in his forehead. Popped out of the fucking ground after his father, well, if you follow Michael Kirkbride's story, after his father ended up diddling the earth itself. But, that's to each his own. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, no, Pellinal Whitestrake is such a cool fucking character. He's also, just all the one-liners, man. There's a lot of really good one-liners of Pellinal Whitestrake, and they're all just, like, the most aggressive form of anti-Elven. It's so funny. It's honestly so funny. It's peak. It's funny. Oh, man. So peak. It's peak. He's peaking. Give these two... Oh, not pick him up. That's not what we want to do. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Okay. It'd be like Odysseus screaming George Washington's name at the Battle of Troy. Literally. It's just wild stuff, man. Pellinal Whitestrake is such a cool character. I wish that they would expand on him even more. He's literally just a cyborg elf-killing machine from the future. Absolute fire stuff. Absolute fire stuff. And he's probably a Shezarene. He's probably an aspect of Lorcan or an avatar of Shore. And that's cool too. I subscribe personally to the idea that the Dragonborn Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim is a Shezarene as well. So it's woof. The guy banged a hill and everyone saw it. And it was everyone who saw it was vaporized. That's true. And then he died. He died as a byproduct of banging the hill. It's true. He died as a byproduct of it. My dude walked up to some random hill in the middle of the forest and said, "A hole's a hole." It was crazy. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Kirkbride wrote, what is it? Michael Kirkbride wrote an entire, he wrote an entire, like, story, like a whole story about, Riemann that was really cool. And then Fudge Muppet ended up doing, like, a dramatic retelling of it all, that was really, really good. 10 of 10, do recommend. 10 of 10, do recommend. All right, so we got what we came for, which is the ancient science books. We need 4 of them. Now we can start growing vegetables so we can start getting food cubes, because food cubes sell better. They have a better sell ratio, which means if we can start producing food cubes, we can nix all the cactuses, all the cacti, and we can subsist on food cubes. And if he somehow wasn't an aspect of a god, then there was a future version of the Elder Scrolls lore where cyborgs are canon. I mean, in terms of canon, not per se, but I don't know if you've read Coda by Michael Kirkbride, who was one of the 2 primary lore masters for the Elder Scrolls during the time of Morrowind and assisted on Oblivion. Coda is effectively It was written by Michael Kirkbride, who was one of the two primary lore masters for the Elder Scrolls, and it takes place in the future where the elves, whereas the Dunmer are like on the moon and a bunch of other stuff. See, I've been saying the Amulet of Kings was Blessing of Talos. I could see. I've been saying since the Amulet of Kings was a Blessing of Talos, I could see the Dragonborn being part of a new line of emperors who can use it. I mean, technically speaking, the Amulet of Kings does work with a Dragonborn, but and it could be that could be the case. Now that the thing that's funny about it is the line of kings was actually technically broken because of Pelagius there, because when Pelagius died, he one of the Pelagius, I don't remember which one it was, but one of the Pelagius died. They didn't have any kids. The throne ended up going to like their cousin or something. And as a byproduct of that, the direct line of kings from Queen Alicia was technically broken. So even before the event of even before Martin's death, technically the line of kings was broken well before that. Well before that. Look at us talking about Elder Scrolls. Look at us talking about the Elder Scrolls. It's not even genealogical, but whatever Talos says. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So, Mercenaries did something to piss off the UC. I mean, it's fine, but how much do they sell for? Actually, that's a question. Don, you're a maid, man. How about you, let's go pick this boy up. Pick him up. We're going to go sell this man into slavery. That's what we're going to do. Don, get your buns over here. We're selling this man. Go sell this boy. Hello, how much will you buy this man for? Oh, he will not buy him. That's unfortunate. Here to sell. Yeah, no, he will not buy him. Most unfortunate. All right, well, since you're not of use to me in that regard, I'm gonna loot you probably. You are you awake? You awake? All right, we're gonna loot you. Do you have anything good? No, bastard. I don't want to be a doomer, but I have zero hype for the Elder Scrolls 6 after Bethesda broke my heart with how disappointing Starfield was. Not even Cope can sustain me. No, you're right. I have zero hope for it too. Unfortunately, I think it's just a byproduct of this the studio growing too large. There's too much happening, not enough infrastructure, not enough checks and balances. Todd Howard is being pulled in too many different directions. I think the company is unsustainable. It's hard to have 4 separate offices full of people. You know, one of the guys, the other lore master that worked alongside Michael Kirkbride came out recently with a bunch of with an interview where he kind of like laid it all out and was like, "This is why Bethesda's not working anymore." The truth is that Todd is not involved in the game anymore. A lot of the people that were made, Elder Scrolls good and functional are not involved in the game directly anymore, making decisions anymore. And now that you've introduced third parties in there as well, like Microsoft and all that other stuff, like the pot's got even more muddled because now there's an expectation of money that is just not ridiculous. Yeah, the Coleman interview was huge. It's unfortunate, but Bethesda's just not what it used to be anymore. It got too big. It wasn't able to keep itself grounded in the face of growth, and I think that they were absolutely cooked the minute they sold to the minute that they became like under the boot of Microsoft. I think that it was over. I have no hope for Elder Scrolls 6, unfortunately. That's what it is. Too many shareholders, not enough shares. When you that's why I prefer indie games, because they don't have to answer to stakeholders. They don't have to answer to shareholders. And when you don't have to answer to shareholders, you don't have to worry about things like market value. You don't have to worry about things like making sure the shareholders get their piece of the pie. It's so simple. Build a good game, and people buy it, or they don't. One of two things could happen. But like, ultimately, I don't know. Having to answer to stakeholders is one of the most frustrating things there is. And publicly traded companies, because here's the problem. You can always tell how a company's doing based on their finances, but publicly traded companies have to release their finances publicly because they have stakeholders, people that have invested in them. They buy and sell stock, right? And so because there's stock that's available, the public has to be, informed as to the current standing of the company and how those things are, how they're doing in like from a financial perspective. And they have to release that information within 2 years. And if if things look bad, if the financial information doesn't look great, or there's any kind of backlash, they could effectively lose their entire amount of funding, all of the funding they're getting from these shareholders, if they pull out, and they can go bankrupt. So they have to appease the masses, right? And I don't know if you guys know this, but the masses are asses. That's the reality of it. You can't listen to the opinions of every single person. If you make something that is for everybody, then it's for nothing. It's for nobody. And so when you're listening to a whole shit ton of people that have a financial investment in it, that just want to make their money back, you're not going to make a good game. You're going to make a game that is designed for all of the shareholders to be as happy as they can be, so they'll keep giving you money. That's why I prefer indie games, where all they have to do is, make a game that they like, and they don't have to answer to shareholders. They don't have to answer to, any of that shit. They don't have to answer to anybody. They don't have to answer to anybody. And things just work out. It's good. It's good. The game can stand on its own merit. You make a good game and it works. They don't have the fear of the game falling apart as a result of the desires of the shareholders not being met. But there's too many people with their hands in the pot. I think that corporate gaming, AAA gaming, falls apart because there's too many people that want to make decisions, and almost none of them are qualified to do it. But they have so much money invested that people feel obligated to let them make decisions, and we shouldn't be letting people who have no idea what they're doing make decisions. Indie games are the future, man. That's why in the last couple of years, indie games have absolutely trounced AAA repeatedly, time after time after time. Time after time after time. Great example of an indie company that this one gets a lot of people going, because a lot of people don't realize that they're an indie company because they're a big budget indie company. Larian Studios. Larian Studios is technically an indie gamer. The two qualifications to make an indie game company are that they are not licensed with they do not have a contract with a major publisher, and that they are not publicly traded. And Larian is neither of those things. They are self-published and they are not publicly traded. They are an independent game studio. And they absolutely wipe the floor with what is it? The head of Larian Studios is one of the most, in my opinion, connected in terms of like what gamers want and how their minds work, and how like the kinds of games people want, out of almost any other game games head that I've seen. Especially given how large they are and how much money they work with and all of that stuff. Like they're very, very like aware of their audience, which is really good. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize it, but like Baldur's Gate, Larian Studios is technically an indie game company. Yeah, obviously you have games like Kenshi. You have games like what is it? It doesn't matter. The point is that indie games have been repeatedly kicking the ass of AAA companies for years now, because indie games are not held to the whims of stakeholders who have no fucking idea how to build a game. And also, like, when you have so many people that have a financial investment in, they're making decisions, suddenly the game loses all identity, because you're not making it for one core target. You're not making a game for a group of people. You're making a game for everybody, and so no one wants it. No one wants a game for everybody. Everybody wants a game that says what it's going to do and does it well. I don't want a first-person shooter that's also a survival game, that's also an RTS, that's also fucking like it's all of these things. I want a survival game to be a survival game. I want an RPG to be an RPG. I want a first-person shooter to be a first-person shooter. And there can be overlap as long as it's done well and it fits in well. But when you try mixing too much shit together to appease everybody, you end up making a game that nobody fucking wants. So, and that's also, that's in total honesty, that's one of the big reasons that in AAA games, you've also seen a lot of companies pulling out of the West and moving back over to the East. A lot of the Eastern-based companies are pulling out of the West, and they're taking decisions away from the West because the West is so goddamn occupied with appeasing everybody that their games are falling the fuck apart. And instead of just knowing their core audience, the first rule of selling, I've worked in sales for years. I've worked in high-level corporate sales, like white-collar sales, for years. I'm talking accounts worth millions upon millions of dollars. And in that time, the first rule is always to know your fucking audience. And Western developers are so unfortunately obsessed with appeasing all of the audience and appeasing a wide group of people. They want kids, they want adults, they want the left, they want the right, they want, you know, people who like first person shooters, and they want the Call of Duty bros into the survival games and all that stuff. And they're trying to appease to every single denominator, every single group and demographic. And as a result, no one likes anything they put out because it has no identity. It has no identity. It has nothing. And then it's crazy how simple games, simple, stupid games, right? Games like fucking Pal World, which by all intents and purposes is really dumb, ends up blowing up. Because they don't try to be anything other than what they are. They just try to be exactly what they are. And that's super important. They understand their identity. They understand their identity. Yeah. The problem is that they go for that instead of they make a game that's designed for alleged long-term sales, right? That's why we have live service games. That's why we have tons of microtransactions. They want to get a lot of sales over a long period of time. The problem is that they make them so that they can get cash quickly, and then they can dump and abandon it, and then they'll get a little bit of residuals from the back end of the microtransactions and shit like that. But like, they even in terms of what their sale model is so fucking muddled, right? Like, you build a game where you're like, okay, we want to get as much as we can out of the game as early as possible, and then we're going to give up development on it, but we're going to build it with a subscription so we can also get stuff on the back end, but we're not going to support the game after it's released with anything like that. Oh, I'm not blocking the stairs with the hydroplots. It should be fine. Yeah, you can get through. Also, this stuff is, you can like walk over the hydroponic stuff, so it'll be fine. It'll be good. Yeah, a niche game will always do well. A game that knows its identity, that knows its audience, that works well. It just... The minute that you start mixing too many people, and that you start trying to appease too many people, and that you start listening to the opinions of people that have invested, you know, a bunch of money into the game but have no idea what makes a good game, you have a problem. And the problem is we blame the developers for doing it, but honestly, it's the publishers. And more than the publishers, and this is going to get me on a real tirade, so I'm so sorry about this, guys. More than anybody, I blame games journalists. I blame journalism in general. Journalism is like one of my least favorite professions. I genuinely can't stand journalism. I think journalism is one of the worst things. I blame journalists. I blame game journalists, because what game journalists do is they will shill out their articles on one side or the other, and they'll post opinion pieces and all this stuff, and they'll run it as fact, and they'll use their influence as leverage to get games to put crap that they want into those games, because they say, hey, if you don't make your game what I want it to be, I'm going to post a hit piece on your game, and I'm going to tank your reviews, and then your shareholders will pull out, and as a result of your shareholders pulling out, you'll lose all your funding, and the game won't get made, and you'll be out of the job, and everyone will blame you. So I suggest that you make the game that I want you to make. Otherwise, you're fucked. Right? And the problem is that then people give into it, and as a result of them giving into it, the journalists have more access, they have more pull. And when they have more access and they have more pull, they have more leverage that they can use to then threaten and attack anybody whose game they don't like, anyone whose opinions they don't like. Look at all of the shit that went down with Gamergate and Sweet Baby Inc. and all that stuff, where they were actively attacking games companies and threatening them. They were threatening game companies with posting hit pieces about their game if they didn't change their games to fit their view. And I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking just in general. You have people who are leveraging their access in order to make, in order to continue to leverage their access. And this isn't something new with the games industry. This is shit that has happened with fucking every form of journalism. Every journalism has it. For God's sakes, look at the fucking the Hollywood Foreign Press a couple of years ago with the Harvey Weinstein crap. The Hollywood Foreign Press is an entire group of journalists that have created an award ceremony, and then they went up to actors and they said, hey, I have an award ceremony. I'll go ahead and nominate you for I'll nominate your movie that's a shit movie, by the way. I'll nominate your shit movie for an award that doesn't actually mean anything, and we can get a couple photos together. And then I'm going to take those photos, I'm going to go up to actors and actresses and say, hey, I'm happen to be friends with fucking Joe Schmo over here. He's a big Hollywood actor. And if you sleep with me or you do favors for me or do any of this other crap for me, then I'll get you a part in their movie. It was journalists leveraging their access to get more influence, to get more access, to get more influence. I literally can't fucking stand journalism. I can't stand journalists. I can't stand games journalists. I can't stand movie journalists. Journalism in general is the most opinionated nonsense. It's all people that are leveraging access, to get more credibility, to get more access so they can get what they want. And they destroy the industry that they're working with every fucking time. Sorry, I kind of went off for a minute there. Sorry, everybody. I don't usually get that worked up. I don't usually get that worked up. Yeah, I don't know. In recent years, I've just become more and more frustrated with the gaming industry, and a lot of it just has to do with with games journalists. It has to do with all that stuff, the access. I mean, look at the Cosby thing. Look at the Bill Cosby. What is it? Not Bill Cosby, but like the Blizzard Activision. They were using the Cosby Suite stuff, man. Like, they were leveraging their positions. Games journalists and stuff were leveraging their positions to create the Cosby Suite, and they were using that to take advantage of the people underneath them. Like, it's a whole thing. It was a whole thing. I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with the media calling out shenanigans for public interest. That's not the problem. Those aren't the people I'm talking about. The problem is there are very few honest journalists. Instead, journalism is, journalists are supposed to be non-biased, right? The point is like, yes, there's nothing wrong with the media calling out shenanigans for public interest. The issue is that many media outlets no longer represent the public. The biggest issue is that most journalists in these fields are not non-biased. They're selfish. They're in it for themselves. And so it'd be different if they said, hey, this game is a shit game, and this is why A, B, and C, and they were all valid reasons. Instead, we cherry pick out bullshit because the game doesn't align with us emotionally. It doesn't align with us politically. It doesn't align with us because we like FPSs and it's a survival game. And we cherry pick it down, but we don't do it because we have an issue with those facets of the game. That's not why we do it. Instead, they call them out and they cherry pick them out and they write these hit pieces and they write these articles about them because they have an issue with the people who made the game. Because they want to... because the people who made the game refuse to accept their criticism, refuse to accept their nonsense. The issue is not... people calling out shenanigans for public interest. That's fine. If somebody's doing something shady, call it the fuck out. The problem is that when people make shit up and they claim things are shady when they're not, simply because they can't get their own way, or simply because they have a bone to pick with the game for whatever reason it is, right? It's the bias. It is the incredible the deep-seated bias that is present in the gaming journalist industry, and not just gaming journalists, but in journalism in general, that is my problem. And the issue is that we live in a time where the internet is so goddamn widespread that one person can have a dumb, stupid opinion that makes absolutely no fucking sense, or that is based entirely on manufactured ideas or carefully worded rhetoric to, create the implication of an idea that has no basis in reality. And everyone will eat it up in a matter of hours because we can send an article to 10 million people in a matter of seconds. Hundreds upon thousands of people can read your article in a matter of seconds. And they know that. And because they know that, they have power. And because they have power, they have pull and leverage. And because they have pull and leverage, they can use that to get what they want. And it destroys the industry. It's devastating. It destroys every industry it's a part of. It has destroyed the movie industry like crazy. It has destroyed the gaming industry like crazy. It's destroyed every industry that it ever becomes a part of. The minute that journalism becomes about access instead of like reporting the facts, it loses all credibility. It becomes a contagion. It's ridiculous. Yeah, literally, it becomes an airborne contagion. It's ridiculous. The minute that journalism stops being about the facts and starts being about individuals trying to leverage their access for gain, it becomes a problem. And that's why, like, half the gaming journalists, I don't know if you guys know this, half the gaming journalists that write these articles don't even fucking play games. They don't even play them. They don't even play them. But they like going to events. They like getting, you know, sent on events where everything's paid for, going to these hotels and having these fancy fucking hotels and getting, you know, all of their meals paid for and meeting celebrities and hanging out backstage and getting to participate in these game shows. They like access. That's all it is. They want access. They want power. That's all it is. And they leverage their position to do it. Fucking ridiculous. Who wants to talk about Kenshi lore? Yes, Clem, do you have a question about Kenshi lore? I'd be happy to switch tirades. I'd be more than happy to switch tirades. Kara, I'm taking you off the cactus farmland. Oh, man. Yeah. No, shit's a mess. We're well aware of the Cuphead tutorial incident. Just gotta load these up with green fruit and whatnot, and then pretty soon we're gonna be making sweet, succulent food cubes. I'm here late, but better than never. Great stream last night. Great build. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Honestly, it was easily one of my most ambitious builds that I've ever done. Guys, we're sitting at 292 people in the stream. Absolutely fucking phenomenal numbers. One, can we hit 300? And two, can we get some more likes on the stream? We've only got 29 likes on a stream with almost 300 people, guys. Can we get a couple more likes on the stream? It helps push in the algorithm, helps YouTube know that people are enjoying it, all of that stuff. But this is actually wild numbers, guys. Almost 300 people. It's crazy. I like how we're all implicitly agreeing to stop having an active panic attack about how evil billionaires are. I'm off to bed. Gonna go with my brother and his friends to see Iron Lung tomorrow. I'll let you know how it is. Thank you, Helios. Yeah, you let me know. You let me know. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I have plans, but I will be streaming Wednesday and Thursday like I usually am. And then the stream schedule should be going back to normal next week, but we'll see. Show us how to make a real... I'm holding you to that Kenshi cooking episode. Show us how to make a real food cube. 20,000... When I hit 20K. When I hit 20K, I'll make a Kenshi cooking episode, I promise. 20K, the Kenshi real cooking episode is there. Oh, shit! Johnny Tightlips is dead! Oh, my God. Raiden, welcome to the Mad Lads Guild. Welcome. We just lost a... Was it one of you guys? Is it one of our archers? Look, we're always losing archers. One of our fucking dudes died. One of them died. Welcome to the Mad Lads, Raiden. If you if your YouTube is connected to your Discord, feel free to hop into the community members only Discord. We do a lot of fun stuff in there. You get sneak peeks of some of the build videos before I put them out. Special polls, giveaways, all that good stuff. But yes, welcome. Welcome. I don't understand how he died. I don't even know where the hell he is. He was a skeleton. Where did he die? That's the real question. Is he up on the wall here? Triangle Hunter. Infinite Wing Wang, whose arms are still fucked up. Is it there? No. I don't even know where he is. Did he get stuck somewhere? Did he get stuck somewhere? I can't even find his body. Is that him? That's him. Johnny Tightlips. No. Oh, no. What sucks? Not knowing where characters are is the leading cause of death, literally. Literally. I need to... Alright, you know what? Yeah, we need to get this skeleton repair bed thing figured out. Okay, alright. Alright, we'll do it now. We're doing it now. Stop yelling at me, Vaughn. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Alright, we're gonna throw him up here in the third level of the tower. Okay, interior skeleton repair beds. We can make electrical components. Skeleton repair bed. We have iron plates and coppers. Okay. All right. All right. Was I thinking too loud? You were. You were. I could feel it. I could feel it. I could feel it in my bones. I could feel it in my bones. Okay, so... All right, we'll make 3 of them. We'll get those taken care of, and then we'll go from there. Right? His lips were so tight he didn't even tell you he was dead. Literally, didn't even tell me. I had no idea that my guy was actively bleeding out. Pew Pew's over here bleeding out too. What are you doing, man? Oh my god. All of you guys need to have medic assigned to you. I don't understand what the hell you guys are doing. Fucking crazy stuff, man. Wild work. Wild work. All right, we're gonna get these repair beds done. They're gonna take an extra minute, but we'll get there. In the meantime, yeah, we need to get up here and repair some of these guys. I think they're still, yeah. Don, get up there and start your. Actually, I think if I put him in the same squad as them, it will let him repair them. Like he's not doing it, but I'm pretty sure it's a byproduct of him not being in the same squad. Yeah, there it is. No, no, he's just being an asshole. All right, well, I'm just gonna run through and manually repair them, I guess. I can't believe I lost another one. That's crazy. It should be automatically connected, provided that your Discord and your YouTube are linked. If the 2 of them are linked, then you should be automatically added. Let's find out. Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. By Jove, I'll tell you. You're in. You're in. I have a bot that runs through and verifies my YouTube members by checking to see if their Discord is connected to an account that is listed as a member on the channel. So, that's all. That's what it is. That's all it is. Welcome. Welcome. One of us. One of us. Who are these guys? Come on behalf of the Traders Guild. They're here for taxes. I am being taxed. Rat bastards, that's what they are. Rat bastards. I wonder if the sand Oni is back yet. I would be inclined to agree with you. I would be inclined to agree with you, Ray. I would. I would. Now, the channel membership does come with a lot of cool perks, though. You get a shout out at the beginning of my long form videos. And what is it? You get a cool badge in chat, access to the community Discords where we do giveaways, sneak peeks, previews, all that stuff. There's other YouTubers in there, like Kenshi, what is it? Patastrophe is in there, Muffin Top is in here, Frankie was here, is in there. They answer questions and chat with you. Really cool stuff in that. And it comes out, it's only $3 a month, $2.99 a month. Good stuff. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. Actually, it's a new month, so I wonder if... Oh, no, it doesn't reset, actually, until next week. Never mind. Disregard what I have to say. Disregard what I have to say. How are we doing on these skeleton repair beds? Iron plates and copper. All we need. I believe Clem is still working on those. All right, all right. Actually go over and grab some of those. Grab some of those copper there. Some of these built up. All right, and then iron plates. I know that we have some of those. Not a ton, but we do have some of those. Maybe not. Maybe we don't. Thought we did. We used to. Apparently we don't anymore. Good to know. Gonna need more of those. Shit. Fine. Mantle. Okay, so then you two are no longer hauling to the water tower. You guys are gonna be mining iron, apparently. Allegedly. Allegedly. Gene. And you as well. Mining iron. I don't want to spam. What do you mean you don't want to spam, Artie? Whatever do you mean? A food cube is probably like a terrine, where it's just pureed layers of food mixed together with gelatin to compress into a cube. Probably. I'm going to make one that doesn't taste like shit, though, so... Do you think adding mounts to Kenshi really works out? Like, imagine the Holy Nation with knights and sheks riding the battle on bulls, or the UC, I don't know, creatures like horse. That works really well. No, I do think that... Sorry, Artie, I didn't mean to miss your message. I was on my tirade. Yes, so I do think that mounts would really work out super well. I do think the idea of having factions where their entire, like... The whole basis behind them is... The entire basis behind them is that they're cavalry, right? Like, so having a whole faction where their whole, like, motif, their whole theme is that they ride bulls. Or having the Shek ride into combat on bulls. Or having the UC ride in on, like, sand skimmers, right? That'd be really badass. I think that mounts would be hella cool, for sure. For sure. Having dwarves riding gorillas or dogs, bone dogs, you know? Those kinds of things. No, I think that having the mounts would be really, really cool. I apologize for it taking so long, RT. I do. My sincerest apologies. Sometimes I get lost in the sauce. I try to get everyone's comments as they're coming in, but sometimes I get lost in the sauce. A good surplus of food, which is good because we're going to have to make another supply run pretty soon to drop off some food at the shops. The shops. Nice. Nice. Does that mean maybe Beak Thing Cavalry? You're goddamn right it means Beak Thing Cavalry. The best kind of cavalry. Hivers on Beak Things? Hivers on Beak Things? Hivers on Beep Things. That's what we need. We need Hivers riding Beep Things. If Logic was here... Logic, if you're here... I'm sure we're gonna get a rant about Hiver soldiers not wearing helmets. But I do think Hiver soldiers, while wearing helmets, while riding Beak Things, would be terrifying. I think the maintenance and stuff of mounts would need to be upped and stuff. People like the Shek wouldn't have a good base. Wouldn't have a good basis because they just die so fast. Meanwhile, the Holy Nation would be great. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll get shifted. I think, yeah, the Leviathans is like, imagine like the Leviathans functioning like the Myrmidon from Lord of the Rings, just giant fucking elephants with like towers and battlements on them. Oh, fantastic. Remember, Salt, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. What an absolute unit. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. Absolute mad lad over here. Much appreciated. Good old Murmsalt. Muirsalt Limbus Company. What a name. What a name. Also, fun fact, guys, for anybody that receives a gifted membership, that the invitation to the Discord works for gifted memberships as well. It is timed, obviously. Once your membership runs out, the bot will automatically remove you, but you can get temporary access to the Discord. Come hang out with us, chat with us, shoot the shit, see if it's maybe something you're into. Maybe it's a place you want to hang out. Maybe it's a place you want to stay. So, is something to consider. If your guys' YouTube is linked to your Discord, you can get access. And I do giveaways. I do giveaways to everyone in the Discord on occasion. I've given away... so far, the first giveaway I did was for, what is it, early access codes to Soulframe, the game by Digital Extremes, the Warframe sister game. So I do giveaways in there, and that is included for anybody who's in there on a temporary membership as well. So, something to consider. Something to consider. All right, skeleton repair bed. You look at that, we've got one. Vaughn, you can stop yelling at me. You can stop yelling at me, Vaughn. It's here. It works. It's alive. It's alive. It's here. It works, and it's alive. Stop yelling at me, Vaughn. No clue if it'd be viable in the game engine, but I like the thought of it. In the Ogre engine? No. No. No, not in the Ogre engine. In Unreal 5, maybe. Maybe, which is what Kenshi 2 is going to be running on. So, you know, there is that. There is that. Okay, so yeah, we have the skeleton repair kits. You know what's really funny about it? Burn, his job is literally he's a shopkeeper, right? But while he's there, he's been strength maxing for days. He's just on the weight bench all fucking day. And so Burn has like 73 strength, and he literally operates. He sits at the store. He operates our store. That's all he does. That's all he does. He sits at our store. Slave traders. Oh no. We may have a slave trade assault coming our way. Wing Wang, why are you not working on the turret? What is the deal with that? Why are you just standing there like a dipshit? Like a shit dip. Hmm. Repair bed just doesn't fix decay. It heals leaks too super fast. You'll never need to lose a skeleton again. That's the hope. That's the hope. That's the hope. We'll never lose a skeleton again. That's the hope. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll get him in there. We'll get him in there. All right, we'll start driving. We're gonna get 3 of them, so that way we can repair en masse. Yeah, sweet succulent repairs. Ooh, come on, everybody. Ooh, ah, ah. How do you limit yourself from grinding stats and instantly being OP? I fall into just grinding and restarting after I become OP. One of the ways that I do it is that I make the game harder, where even if I have a solo character, individual stats, while they are helpful, they are not the thing that that defines it. So like you can have a character that has stats in the 90s, and if you're outnumbered by characters that have stats in the 30s or 40s, you can still get your ass kicked. One of the ways I do that is I up the squad sizes and the NPC sizes. So there's more roaming squads, and those squads are 2.25 times bigger. So if they're supposed to have 10, they now have 22. So that's part of it. The other part is that you increase attack slots. So in Kenshi by default, guys, 300 people in the stream, new record. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. So the other thing that you do is you increase the attack slots. So by default in Kenshi, even though if you're surrounded, it's a one-on-one fight. Only one person will attack you at a time. That's why martial arts becomes absolutely busted late game, because in a one-on-one fight, martial arts will always win if you get high stats. Like, you'll always win. It's just busted, right? See you later, Artie. See you later, Artie. So upping the attack slot so multiple enemies can attack at once also helps dealing with that grinding issue, where even if you have high level stats and you become kind of OP, it doesn't like become something that hinders your gameplay. You'll need multiple characters that have high level stats, and that takes extra time to grind, even more time to grind. Big stuff. See, they were all just waiting for you to build the repair bed. Shh, don't you worry about it, Fawn. So yeah, up the attack slots, increase the squad sizes, and ultimately having those extra strong stats are less effective. They're still effective, but less effective, because even one character with stats in the 80s and 90s versus 5, 6, 7 characters with stats in the 40s and 50s with a 5 times attack slots, you still might get your ass kicked. The other thing you can do also is up the damage. Import your game and up the damage multiplier, up the bleed out. So that way, even though you have high stats, individual hits will cause you to take more damage. And you can still have a higher chance of bleeding out. There's still a likelihood of you bleeding out. All of those things will help with that issue where you become too overpowered late in the game. So those would be my recommendations. Guys, we have 302 people in the stream. That's fucking astronomical. Absolutely astronomical. What numbers? What absolute numbers are these? Phenomenal stuff, guys. Phenomenal stuff. Yeah, all right. These guys are all healed up. The skeletons are probably feeling much, much better. They're probably feeling much, much better. They're thanking me. They're thanking me. Funny story, one time a starver stuck into my base and started trying to bash a skeleton in the repair bed. He got nowhere. It repaired faster than the starver could hurt him. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Pulling the old "my numbers are bigger than yours." What a goated maneuver. What an absolutely goated maneuver. Something we do need to do, in addition to healing these guys up, though, is we need to... I'm going to throw Kenshi in here, because he needs a good repair as well. And then, in addition, I'm pretty sure the Don does as well. Yeah, the Don's got to fix his legs up a little bit. They're a little miffed, a little nettled. Fantastic. All right, we're going to go pick up Kenshi, drop him in here. I don't think he's in rough shape, but I don't know if his stuff decays like that. I have no idea. He's an animal, so maybe it doesn't, but I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check just in case, because technically in the game files he's an animal, so I don't think his stuff decays like that. No, it doesn't. Okay. Always gotta double check. He's a big robot, but he's also an animal, so I don't think his stuff takes permanent damage like that. Can you not increase the global squad size when importing as well as multiple attackers? So the global squad size is actually not an import thing. That's just in your gameplay. That's just in your gameplay settings. And then when you save and reload or import, it'll automatically account for that. So you can do that at any time. FridgeBot doesn't use the repair bed. That's right, FridgeBot does not use the repair bed. He is repair bedless. All right, and then we'll put you guys to rescue as well, so they'll have that. Yeah, so all that stuff will help, though. All that stuff will help, though. Guys, I can't believe we had 300 people. 302 people. This is a brand new record. That's fucking absolutely incredible. I'm glad people want to listen to me babble that much. It's crazy. Kenshi is definitely more of a game where having more people increases your chance of survival. You still need some skills, though, just to make the fight quicker. Yeah. Yeah. I like difficult fights. So one of the things I like to do is... you know, I've done it I did it once on stream, and then that particular day was the one that prompted me to redo my entire load order. But one of the things I like to do is do a solo 4x damage run where the bleed out and the damage is ×4. And, you know, you're basically everyone, no matter, regardless of stats, everyone's like 2 or 3 hits from death all the time. Our Desert Yap King, that's me. How you do? How you do? That's me. How you do? I am the Yap King, I suppose. That's me. I've been yapping since 1997. Yeah. Yippity yapping. Alright, we just need 2 copper and we can do this. Shit, I can get that real easy. Grab it right from down here, actually. I think I can pull it right out of this, out of here. Yes, I can. Boop. Alright, cool. 3 skeleton repair beds are completed. Are you proud, Vaughn? Are you happy? Alright, we went from no skeleton repair beds to 3 skeleton repair beds. Are you satiated now? Are you satisfied? You are now officially invincible. I don't know if I go that far. Alright, I need to build green fruit storage. And I also am going to, well, now that we're producing, we have enough cactus on reserve. We'll be fine. We have enough cactus on reserve. Okay, I'm going to delete the cactuses. I'm going to delete the cactuses. We are no longer in need of cacti. I need to grab the water out of them, though, because that's going to be important. Hep. Yeah, I'm going to grab the water out of these, and I'm going to delete the cacti. Because we no longer need them. We no longer need them. We also have, like, hundreds of cactus in reserve right now. Like, we have a surplus of cacti. So I'm not concerned about that. So in the interim time, we'll still be able to produce food and all of that stuff. But we have literally, like a lot of the farms right now, you'll notice they have, like, 20 cactus in their inventory. It's because we don't have inventory space anymore. We don't have inventory space anymore for any more cacti. So, yeah. That's a pretty cool position to be in, to be honest with you. To be frank, not that my name is Frank, it's not. Dave, actually. But to be frank, we don't fucking need these anymore. Perfect. All right, so we're going to delete these. We have 100 water, and we're going to go strictly to hydroponics. Pure hydroponics, people. perfect. I also have to go through and delete these towers. See, these torches. Gonna be annoying. Deleting the torches. Ugh, worst part. Nice to meet you, Frank. Nice to meet you, too. We'll keep the well ones over there. They're good. Those are fine. These little scattered ones. Look at all the cacti just laying on the ground, too. My God, we're slobs. We're slobs. Leaving shit on the ground. Perfect. Okay, so all that water now can get sent over here, and we also need to switch who was running those machines. Yeah, okay. So you're running those now. So now you run these. Now you run hydroponics. This is what you do. This is your job now. Who else was running those? I think I have one more farmer. Farming vegetable. You, and you're going to help with the wheat straw. You're going to help with the wheat straw. Doo-dah. Doo-dah. Perfect. Do you want ants? Because this is how you get ants. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Probably fine. Almost certainly fine. Yeah, so all of these are pretty much like stacked with cacti. Like we have, like I think 2,000 between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 plus all the stuff out there. We probably have like 1,500 cacti. So I think we're good with that. I think we're good. Getting to the point in tech where the skeleton beds does feel really satisfying. Usually takes like half a dozen runs to the grid or somewhere to get the research mats for it. Yeah, for some reason I thought that I was not far enough along in the research tree, but I guess I'm just a dodo because that's not even true. Literally not even true. Literally not even true. Do we have anybody that's not doing anything right now? I think Cosmic's not doing anything right now. Cosmic, what are you doing? You're an engineer? Alright, well, when you're not engineering, which is not usually, shit, do I have anybody that's not doing anything right now? Gotta be somebody. Operating iron resource. The Don, cooking stove. No, can't do that. You guys are in stores, so you don't fucking matter. Spoon turrets. Cooking stove. Copper resource. You're making hashish. Oh shit, how are we doing on hashish? I haven't even looked in a while. How are we doing on hashish? What's that up to? 50, 30. Okay, we got about 70 hashish. Oh no, 80. 80 hashish. 80 hashish. Not bad. Not bad. We're making progress. We are making progress. Alright, well we need storage for these vegetables, for these veggie tails. Green fruit storage. I don't know if we're gonna have room in here. I mean, I don't think we're gonna be going through a ton of them super quickly, that's for sure. Well, I mean, we might. Who knows? Who knows? Not I. It's fine. Green fruit. Not a fruit. Not even green. That's the pun. That's why it's funny. It's not a fruit, nor is it green. Alright, 250, 500, 750, 1,000. Yeah, I mean, that should be good enough. That should be good enough. That should be good enough. We'll get those built, and then, hell yeah, there it is. There it is. And we have a ludicrous amount of cacti just laying around. My god. My god. We are going to need to build some torches in here as well to keep this place lit up. So lights, interior torches. We'll do large torch posts just because they're easier. Put one in between each walkway here. Baboomski. Love it. Free chew stick with every hash purchase. Literally, that's what we need to do. We need to be running a BOGO, is what it is. We need to be running a BOGO. That's the answer. I've never thought about it, but that's what it is. We need to be running a BOGO. There's a slave raid on its way here. Where are they? Where are they coming from? Where is the slave raid coming from? They're coming from Stoat? No. 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 Maybe. Hard to say. The real lore. Everyone in Kenshi's a little bit colorblind, so no one knows what the color blue is. Thus, green fruit. That is a theory. That is an idea. I see why you might think this. That would be funny, actually. Imagine if everyone in Kenshi was just colorblind in some way, or like color deficient, right? Because like there's varying levels of colorblindness. Like my dad, for instance, was colorblind, but he wasn't fully colorblind. He saw reds as browns, greens were almost black to him. He said he had a hard time, like purples were also kind of brown, except certain shades of purple. Yeah, all that stuff. His colors were messed up. He used to call himself color stupid, is what it was. Well, he actually said color restarted, but you know, we can't say that word anymore. So we say restarted instead. Yeah. So he used to say that he was like really color dumb. Is it green or turns blue once it's ripe? No, I'm pretty sure the active joke on it is that it is neither it's not a fruit, it's a vegetable, and it's not green, it's blue. Like that's the whole thing with it, is that it's meant to be like ironically funny. It's not green, nor is it a fruit. Where does this work? Does this work farming? It works farming. Interesting. Interesting. Soon we'll be absolutely rolling in it. Absolutely rolling in it. It's going to be a good time. What color are the insides, though? That is a question I can't answer for you, as I do not know. Probably just one of those jokes that started back in the early alpha days. Yeah, that really strikes me as like a conceptual joke. Like they're sitting around and they're just like, yeah, man, we're going to have a fruit that's green, that's blue, and it's actually a vegetable. We'll call it green fruit. Like that strikes me as very much like three dudes sitting around the coffee table. You know, they're like two bowls in and they're just laughing at themselves. That's how that strikes me. That very much strikes me as that kind of a joke, that kind of a development. $290 viewers in a weekday. We hit 302 earlier. It was crazy. We hit 302 just a little while ago. It was absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas. It was really cool stuff. Like, they just named it wrong, and it was funny if they didn't want to fix it. 100% the vibe. Literally. Or, like, it was done, I feel like it's one of those things where it was, like, they did it ironically because it's funny, but, like, it strikes me very much as just, like, three dudes around the coffee table, just, like, they're, like, 3 or 4 bowls in, and they're like, yeah, man, the fruit is, here's what we'll do, we'll make a vegetable thing, we'll call it green fruit. And the joke is that it's not green or a fruit, it's a blue vegetable. And, like, they all just fucking burst out laughing about it. Very much the vibe. Very much the vibe. All right, slavers are at the gate. Slavers are at the gate. Quite a town we got here. You're goddamn right it is. And you know what we do to you? We know what we do to fools like you? We shoot you in the fucking face. Shoot him. Shoot him in the face. Shoot him in the face. The brother and sister deciding this, which makes more sense. Yeah, even better. I mean, honestly, even better. That's true. Nat and Chris are our brother and sister. So it's Nat and Chris sitting around the coffee table, 3 bowls in, making a joke about it. Is what you're telling me? Instead of 3 dudes, it's just Nat and Chris sitting at the coffee table. Hell nah. Hell nah. Put these slavers down. Put them down. Everybody turn your attentions to... and fire. We need the main men. Why are you in the main men? You're not one of the main men. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're not one of the main men. You're a thug. You're a thug at best. Thug at best. All of you guys get over here. At Don, you're gonna take this off. And you're gonna get to ass kicking. Kick the asses. Take the asses, kick them. Everybody get up here. Where's Kenshi at? We need Kenshi. Kenshi, get up here. Come on. My dog. What are you doing? Behold, the Orangent. That's so funny. Nope, ain't gonna happen. My hope is that we would be able to repair it faster than they can damage it, but that is not the case. No big deal. We're gonna stay in here where we can't get fucking shot. We're gonna hang out. And we're gonna wait. Oh wait, they're attacking my wall, the rat bastards. I'm gonna let them come in here first. Let them get into the base. Let them get into the base a little bit. Yes. And now we attack. Where's Kenshi at? Pretty sure I told Kenshi to get his ass over here. Kenshi? Kenshi Poo, where are you? You stuck? He's stuck. Motherfucker, of course he's stuck. Shrike, are you stuck? Motherfucker, of course you're stuck. Oh my god, Shrike, come on. Come on, you're better than this. Motherfucker, we don't have time for this. We're under attack. Kenshi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you so stupid, man? Oh my god. He could move the whole time. He just chose not to. Oh my god. Why is there a goat in my town? There's so much happening that I don't understand. Just kick him. Kick him. Kick him in the face, in the head. Show them what for it means to mess with the Don. Have any of them got up here yet? I don't think so. Nice. Nice. I don't think any of them even made it up there. Get their ass beat by robots. Nice. Nice. Corpses, that's what they are. They're corpses now. Filthy, filthy corpses. He wants a new home. I'll make him a new home if he does his fucking job. He's got a job to do. Do the job first. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They've gone yumpy. That's what it is. They've gone yumpy. Take the job serious. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. They got to take the job serious. They're not taking it seriously enough. They're not taking it seriously enough. I don't appreciate it. This is nonsense. Big shame. Big shame. I gotta check and see what our guys are at. Any of them in rough shape? You're in rough shape. Get out here. Over here. Over here. All right, you guys can heal yourselves up nice and good. Look at that. I know, Vaughn. Are you proud? Are you proud of me, Vaughn? You goddamn right the slave raid has ended. Fools. Alright, get up and get back to work, you goons. Shiny skeletons. They're nice and shiny now, Vaughn. They're nice and shiny. Big Nug is getting his heals. Big Nug's getting his heals. They didn't stand a chance. They're a bunch of filthy clankers. But now they're shiny clankers. Shiny clankers. I'm eating more cake. That's good cake. Damn good cake. It's damn good cake. That's true. We can heal our cybernetic limbs. Look at that. Shrike, Rumble John, get up here. Heal your limbs up. Heal your limbs up. Heal them up. Get them up to max capacity. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Does it increase your heal rate of your normal body too? I think it does. I think it's just a flat heal rate, or is it just skeleton limbs? Interesting. I think it increases your heal rate on normal limbs, but not the same amount that a bed would. Let me see. Let me see. Normal bed. No, normal bed's definitely more. Okay, so it's just the skeleton limb. Well, a boy can dream. A boy can dream. What are we missing for these? Just more green fruit. Okay, so once the harvest has begun, we'll get moving on that then. That's true. The extra money you get from putting them into involuntary servitude is good cash. Good cashola. That's true. We're gonna let most of these ones bleed out because they're bastards and they don't deserve it. Oh shit! I wonder if that's what happened. Oh, I sold Lord Mirage into slavery last episode. Do you guys remember that? I wonder if he got out. I wonder if he escaped slavery. Because I'm pretty sure he's back there at Fort Mirage now, not a slave anymore. Pretty sure he's not a slave anymore. And I'm wondering if he broke out of slavery. He might have. He may have. He may very well have. Alright, we have... What is it? The triangle bandits headed towards us now. Good amount of them. Good sized triangle bandit force. Okay. Sweet Jesus. Alright, we're going for round 2, everybody. We're not done yet. Going in for round 2. Close the gate. I need to build more turrets. Excuse me, more turrets. Maybe I need to upgrade these turrets. I should build some additional turrets, like, right along here. So we can start shooting them early, and you know, as they're running through. But yeah, we've got more incoming clankers, more clankers. Triangle bandits are here as well. Kenji's gonna stand out front this time. We're gonna let him work on it. Yeah, take him down. Take him to Pound Town, boys. Show him what for it mean to mess with Don Tony McChicken. Absolutely. Batter them. Batter them like a fish stick. What we want. Alright, we're gonna have you guys focus on shooting them. Kenshi, get up there and smack them around a little bit. Smack them around a little bit. They're gonna go whack the wall a couple of times because that's what they do, rat bastards. Kenshi, get down there and mess them up. Don't let them do that. Same deal. Now we're just gonna go ham on them. Yeah, or like a secondary gate or choke point so they get a longer shot. Yeah, I might put another gate down somewhere. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I just gotta figure out where I would put it. I think that's part of the issue right now is figuring out where I would put it. All right, we're gonna let them finish up this confrontation. Doesn't seem like a particularly difficult one. Triangle Bandit Assault has been defeated. Big fucking shock on that one. All right, cool. Cool. And we shoot, who are these? Sand Ninja? Yeah, Sand Ninja. You know, that corner wall feels like a natural spot, but I don't know if there's space for it. So like this spot made the most sense. And I do like when they rush through. I think the issue is that they run through from this corner. I think I need to find a way to block this corner off right here so they can't run through right here anymore. The problem is I think they can run all up through this hill, so they'll just come right along. I might need to change the way the wall is laid out just a bit because I do like it. I think maybe what I need to do is have a curve right here and then yeah, I think I need to make a curve right here, have it come up so it forces them to run down this area here and then go around. So I just kind of, I run it like right here. I have a nice loop right here and that'll force them to run straight down here where the harpoons can just get an easy headshot as they're running down the hill. I think that's probably what I end up need to do and give them a nice long run straight down the hill. But that'll require a little bit of finagling that I don't know if I'm willing to do at the moment, but I'll have to do it in the future, I'm sure. In the short term, though, this is pretty cool. Are those Sand Ninjas? Seriously, y'all really want to do this right now? Out your damn mind. Out your damn mind. They really want to do this right now. I need to go deal with the Sand Ninja Oni, honestly. Where's that at? Figuring out the nav mesh around the base would take a while. I mean, figuring out the nav mesh, it's not that it would take a while. It's just that I need to figure out, like, getting the base arranged in a way that doesn't look stupid. Because one of the big things that I can't abide by is my base looking bad. Like, it's got to have good aesthetics. It's like a part of my whole thing. It's a brand. It's my brand, Tubin. Wow, looks amazing. Thanks for the links. I've been looking for a mod pack like this. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Guys, listen, if you guys enjoy, want to take a peek at the mods that I'm playing with, do check out the link in the description. It's got my full mod list and a collection on Steam. One-click download. There's also a link to my custom reshade that makes my game look like this. If you want an example of, obviously, like, what it looks like with and without, here is the game with the shader. Wait for this fine cane to go. Here's the game with the shader. Here's the game without. Here's with. Here's without. I mean, night and day. Really cool. Super easy install. Even characters look better with it. Obviously, it looks a little bit better in the daytime, but, what are you going to do? With the shader, without. With and without. And the best part is the shader basically gives you no performance decrease. Literally no performance decrease. So, have you thought about building a Bastion-style fortress? Maybe. I'd have to look into it. I'm sure it's something that I've looked at, maybe not directly, but I've built a lot of fortresses. So, maybe? Maybe? Let's see. Head on in there. Where you at, Oni? Honey, I'm home. I really don't know where the Sand Oni is. They're supposed to be here, and they're still alive because the faction hasn't vanished, which means the Sand Oni is still alive. But I fuck all if I know where. Oni, and I'm a little peeved about it because they have the Maitao disguised katana. And I would very much like to use that. And I also can't get rid of the Sand Ninja if they're at large. So I guess I'm a little miffed. I'm nettled. I'm a little nettled. It's the style that has walls like a star shape to it. Oh! I have not personally made it, but that sounds badass actually. Maybe I'll do a build. Maybe my next build video I'll do one of those. I'll do like a full-on like Bastion style fort. Hell yeah. That's an idea. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Thank you. I had not actually considered doing that in a while, but yeah, no, like what is it? Fallout uses one of those actually. Yeah. Fallout has one of those, which is based on a real fort, but I don't remember the name of the fort, so I'm just using the Fallout 4 as the example because I forget what the name of the actual fort is called. It's based on a real one, but I didn't remember what it is. Yeah. When I was a kid, long time ago, when I lived farther up north, I think I was in like the 2nd grade. We did a field trip to, I think it was Fort Ontario, and they also had one of those Bastion-style fortress. Bastion. This is a nifty little spot. Where is the... Isn't there supposed to be a Blood Raider fortress around here as well? Am I stupid? Am I misremembering that? The castle's Fort Independence, yeah. Yeah, am I stupid? I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a Blood Raider fort over here somewhere. I thought it was right here. I thought it was in this little group there, unless maybe that's part of a mod pack that I was thinking of that maybe moves it over there. Maybe Genesis does it. Am I stupid? I could have swore the Blood Raiders had a spot over here. Is it not in the Skim Sands? I could have swore. I could have. Oh, man. Where are you at? Oh, guys, since we have 280 people on the stream also, if you guys are interested in hearing me talk about Kenshi and hearing me talk about Kenshi with a few other members of the Kenshi community, namely Pedastrophia, another active Kenshi tuber, do check out our podcast. We launched the podcast last week. It was last Thursday. Launched the podcast last Thursday. We did the first episode here on my channel. The VOD is still available. It's called Tengu's Vault. And we also have a dedicated podcast channel where every 2 weeks we sit down and we talk about Kenshi. For the second episode, it's going to be on the Tengu's Vault channel. But we sit down, we talk about Kenshi. We have guest appearances on other Kenshi tubers, mod authors, and we're working on it. No guarantees. Conversations have been started, but we'll see what happens. We're going to attempt in the future to potentially get someone from Lo-Fi on the podcast. I'd say it's past pipe dream, but still on low chance, just because I do have a relationship with the people at Lo-Fi. But it is something that we've talked about. We're going to try and do it. But yeah, we have a podcast. It's on Spotify as well. It's called Tengu's Vault Podcast. Yeah, go ahead and check it out. The first episode is in the VODs on my channel, Tengu's Vault. It's a good time. It's a good time. I could have swore that the Blood Raiders had a base around here, but I guess not. Maybe I'm a fool. Maybe I'm a fool. Well, okay, sure, fine, fuck it. Yeah. All right, we're gonna run some more product to some of our stores because we need money. We need money. We need money, money. Sounds like an interesting podcast. Pato, you beautiful man, how are you? Speaking of the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Patostrophia. He's got the muscles from Brussels. His head is shinier than mine. Probably. I don't know, actually, no. I'm pretty bald, but he's balder. Probably. I don't actually know. Gotta rep the podcast, Pato. We gotta rep the podcast. How you doing, buddy? Pato, we hit a new record today. We hit 302 people on the stream. It was bananas. Absolutely wild. Wild work. 302 people. Wild work. It's morbing time. I'm morbing. I'm morbing currently as we speak. Maximum morbing. Are we producing green fruit yet? Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch over to food cubes. Start producing food cubes. And food cubes make how much? 7,500, 7,500. Okay, so we're going to start dropping some food cubes. Start dropping the food cubes. And Don can get back on engineering duty. He has jobs according. Robotics, gotta fix these boys up. Hell yeah. Alright, so we are officially producing food cubes. Officially producing food cubes. Did we produce one yet? We produced our first food cube. Which is good because the food cubes are going to replace the dust switches in our restaurantes. So we're actually going to take this opportunity to switch to food cubes. And they have a higher sell ratio, so hopefully they sell a bit better, but they sell more often, and we can start raking in the money. We can start raking in those sweet, succulent dollars. Green fruit. It's, what's it say? It says it's not actually a fruit. Let's read the description once I get back up here with more. Okay. Green fruit. It's not actually green or even a fruit. It's a vegetable. Nobody knows why it's called this, but the habit continues. It's so funny. It's so funny. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, with that in mind, engineer, fixing this up. Oh, we killed a lot of guys out here. My god. Nothing but corpses. Nothing but corpses. Have we built these yet? We have not. Alright, Don, you need to get it together. Go over here and start putting together these green fruit hydroponics. Put these things together. Perfect. Perfect. Carrot over here. Work on those. And we're working on this. So now we're officially selling. We're selling drugs. We're selling green fruit. We're selling everything. Selling a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. All the time. We need someone to haul green fruit because that's not happening currently. You're hauling water tower. Here's what we'll do. We'll have Don do it temporarily. Auto haul. Don! Autobots, roll out. Robotics. Oh, he's gotta fix up our boys first. Gotta fix up our boys first. That's understandable. I feel like he's always doing robotics now, my lord. Hauling 2, there we go. All right, so now he's hauling green fruit. And he should be doing a lot of that. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to start stacking tons of green fruit because this is going to be essential, obviously, to production. Oop. Working that. No, that's not what I meant. This is going to be essential to the production of our food cubes. We've already actually made quite a bit. Quite a bit. We have 184 green fruit. That's bananas. Absolutely bananas. So now we should have a steady supply of that. The hardest part's going to be getting a steady supply of bread. Per use. That's always been the hardest part. And the reason why that's a hard part is because we have to get consistent straw flour. You're operating the grain silo over here. Stop operating that when you operate over here. What period of the Second Empire do you think Kenshi 2 is set in? Do you think it's after the fall and the start of the Dead Cat stuff? Humans around where Stobe is? So it's funny actually. We talked about that. You asked about this. I talked about this in the first episode of the podcast. The Second Empire, unlike the first, didn't fall quick. It fell like the First Empire fell very, very quick. Like there's reason to believe it fell within a matter of hours, days, or maybe a couple of weeks at most. But like it was quick. The Second Empire was a lot longer, and it's because it wasn't a rebellion. It wasn't people like mounting up and revolting against Catlon. It was a collective giving up. Cities were independently being like, hey, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not following Catlon. I'm seceding from the Empire. Our cities have declared independence, right? And that's why, a lot of people use the Armor King as the justification to be like, oh, 947 years ago, the Second Empire was still booming because it was still like a fully functioning empire because he says that he started his store in the booming Second Empire town of Ketch. But what they don't understand is that towns were booming independently from the Second Empire. So it may have been a Second Empire town that was functioning well economically, and it may have been a booming town, but the Empire was not. The Empire was gradually declining, right? It was a very slow, very steady decline of everyone independently at different times, cities receding from the Empire, declaring independence, people leaving. Everyone just stopped listening to Catlon. Now we know that the Kenshi 2 is taking place at the tail end of the Second Empire. And there's going to be a slight elevation in tech, but they also need to maintain the core aspects of Kenshi, what makes Kenshi Kenshi. And in order to do that, they are going to put the Kenshi 2 is going to be centered around a time period where most of the Second Empire has collapsed, but has left. They've seceded, right? They've declared independence because that's what the United Cities are. The United Cities were originally a collection of independent city-states that used to be part of the Second Empire that seceded, declared independence, governed themselves under their own lords, and then those lords all came together under United Front later on to become the United Cities. They reconvened into a conglomerated, unified state. But you're going to see the not the United States. You're going to see the Second Empire in a state where many cities have seceded and declared independence. Catlon is still around. The Second Empire is still around, and they're hanging tightly on to the faint grasps of power that they still have, the bits of cities that are still loyal to them, the land that is still loyal to them. The Empire is actively collapsing, but many cities have already seceded control. They've already said, we're not part of the Empire anymore. And so you're going to see the dying gasps of the Second Empire before Catlon gave up entirely and fully receded to the Ashland. and fully, gave up control, and the rest of the empire gave out. So you're going to see the empire right at the tail end, right after the fall. Some people think we're going to see the empire like during its height, or like a fully active, fully functioning empire. We're not. We're going to see it as it's dying. We're going to see it as dying gasps, the dying gasps, as it's trying to hold on to the faint portions of power that it still has. Cities have declared independence. People are not listening. The Second Empire is probably holding their borders, trying to, forcibly retain their cities. They're becoming increasingly more authoritarian, increasingly more aggressive. They're starting to imprison their own people for fear of rebellions. There's probably infighting happening. We're going to see the dying side of the Second Empire, as most of Kenshi has declared independence. And I like that because it means that instead of a lot of really big factions, like in Kenshi, we have a lot of factions, but it really comes down to United Cities through here, Shek right here, Holy Nation right here, Tech Hunters here, Western Hive, and Southern Hive. Like that's it, right? Like we have smaller factions, but there's the big ones, and technically the Southern Hive isn't included in that. Technically in the game files, the Western Hive, Shek Kingdom, Holy Nation, Tech Hunters, and the United Cities are the main 5 factions. Now, in Kenshi 2, because it's a lot of independent cities that have seceded, that have declared independence, that are no longer following Catelyn's rule, that are governing themselves, we're probably going to see, instead of a lot of big factions, a couple of big factions, we're probably going to see the Second Empire remnants still trying to hold on to control of their empire, and we're going to see a lot of small independent factions controlling individual cities. And there probably going to be a lot of infighting, a lot of micro wars going on, where it's city versus city, very city state, very, because the Second Empire is based around the Roman Empire, both in terms of like their nomenclature, their organization, but also in terms of the actual history of what happened, right? The Second Empire was very much the rise and fall of Rome, and in that regards, we're going to see a lot of smaller city-states occurring. We're going to see a lot of feudal territories coming together. We're going to see, the fall of Rome signified the rise of the Dark Ages, the age of scientific repression, the age of, decreased scientific advancement, because any advancement that was came at the question of the church was usually shut down or taken apart. So it was very selective scientific advancement, and it's often referred to as the early Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, the period of repression, low recording of history, low progress in terms of humanity, all of that stuff. And during that time, there was a lot of feudal kingdoms that started to rise up as a result, and that is what we're going to see. We're going to see the transition from the fall of Rome to the Dark Ages. Because right now in Kenshi 1, we're actually at the Crusades, at the end of the Dark Ages, leading into the Renaissance. The Crusades being the Holy Nation's attack on Bast and all of that stuff. So Kenshi 1 actually takes place at the end of what would be Kenshi's Dark Ages, leading into its Renaissance. Kenshi 2 will take place at the end of the fall of Rome, leading into the Dark Ages. So Kenshi 2 is going to be a very dark game. Very, very dark. I've forgotten. Humans were suppressed and being genocided, right? Do you think we'll see lesser amounts of humans? They weren't being genocided on purpose. They were being suppressed. They were being thrown in labor camps. They were being persecuted and thrown in jails. And the skeletons, like Rhinobot, would forget sometimes that humans needed food. It wasn't like they were actively going out killing humans, but they were aggressively oppressing humans. They were subjugating them, throwing them in work camps, that kind of stuff. So, like, we're going to see that. We're going to see that. We're going to see labor camps. We're going to see splinter factions that are dedicated to freeing the humans from these labor camps, stuff like that. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a wild time. Wild work, everybody. Wild work. How we doing on food cubes? Yeah, baby. We're making food cubes. Hell yeah. All right, we're going to grab some of these food cubes. And we're going to head off to one of the cities to sell these food cubes, because we have food cubes now. Hell yes. And we're also going to load up our shops with hashish, and we're going to see how those sell. The skeletons had simply been indoctrinated by the Reapers. Yes. My God, he figured it out. All right, you two are about to go deliver some product, some supply, the stout, and we're gonna use this to test and see how the operation does now with food cubes and with hashish. With hashish, I mean, we've already seen hashish, but we're gonna see how they do with food cubes now. Do they function well with food cubes? Do they? Does this work for you? Does this work for you? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's the percent of human flesh in your food cube? That's an industry secret, my friend. Trademarked. Someone insert the little ding by my teeth or my eye when I do that. I'll never tell. You don't need to know. That's information. That's privy information. Okay, no one needs to know that. You don't need to know that. The percentage of human flesh is elevated, but it's well within federal limits. All right, well within federal limits. Played the game since it came out as a kid. Never figured out the lore well since I'm just now understanding stuff. Kenshi has some of the best lore by world building. I agree. I agree. I agree so much that I'm trying to make a fucking career out of it. Kenshi's lore is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Hero brand Forbidden Food Cube now with 10% less toenail. Listen, it is all within FDA regulations, okay? It's all within FDA regulations. There is a certain legal limit to the amount of body parts, the amount of toenails, the amount of cockroaches, the amount of beak things that I can put into these food cubes, and everything is within FDA regulation. And I do not appreciate the slander that is occurring in my chat right now. I do not appreciate the slander. Eating toenails is good for hair growth. I guess I guess theoretically it's made of keratin, and keratin helps hair growth, but that's gross. It is gross. But I guess theoretically that makes sense based on what it's made of and all of that stuff. But again, gross. You have to get past the whole fact that it's a fucking toenail. You know, you gotta look past that bit, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty fucking filthy, my guy. Pretty filthy. We're gonna load this up with hashish. Fantastic. Ruka. We're also going to go over here, and we're going to drop the food cubes over here. I love how I put hashish in here, and it seems like people flock right in when I do that. Always really funny. All right, so Ruka, we're going to have you drop the food cubes in here, and also some more hashish, because who doesn't love hashish? Fantastic. Okay, so now we have 2 shops open. People are going to go in. They're going to buy stuff. We're going to be making money. Who needs hair when you've got Kenshi? That's what I'm saying. I have declared that I traded my hair at the age of 18 I traded my hair for approximate knowledge of many things. That's what it is. I traded my hair for approximate knowledge of many things. Burns over here getting absolutely fucking swole. This guy is jacked as hell. I hope no one tries to steal from the shop because they're going to get absolutely fucking mollywopped by Burn over here. Absolutely mollywopped by Burn. Hello, Logic. How are you? Hello. How for art thou? Comrade. I'm going to have to decorate this place too at some point. It's looking pretty sparse. Pretty sparse. We gotta wait for daytime. A lot of shops don't sell anything at night, so I'm waiting until daytime arrives. Like, you're less likely to sell things at night, but during the daytime, you're likely to sell more stuff. And my hope, the big hope here, okay, the big hopium, is that the food cubes will sell very well. How does a skeleton get jacked? They have no biology for muscle growth. No, we actually had this whole conversation earlier. We had this whole conversation earlier, Logic. I need you to scroll all the way back in the chat, and please do try and keep up, Logic. Please do try and keep up. You're asking too many questions now. Okay, this information is confidential. It's on a need to know basis. Need to know basis. Okay, only the right people need to know, and yeah. He's what is it? He's oiling his hydraulics is what it is. He's oiling his servos. My guy's getting nice and lubed up. His servos are getting nice and lubed. That's all it is. He's stretching. That's what it is. He's just stretching. He's getting nice and greasy. He's applying his WD-40, so he's got maximum greasage. Chop keeps. Rick, how you doing? He's still got sandwiches. My God, man, he's just hanging out with his sandwiches. Love it. We love to see it. I alternate between asking questions and referencing fantasy racism. That's surprisingly accurate, actually. That's a pretty good representation of like the general way these things go. It's funny that I feel like we're actually selling more hashish at our counters than we are dust switches. I know that it's because... Oh my God, we lost another one. Oh my God. How does this keep happening? Guys, this is crazy. We keep losing people. We lost the cutthroat kipper. I don't know how this keeps happening. I think she was one of the ones working our hemp too, which really sucks. Yeah, she was one of the ones working our hemp fields. That sucks. Well, you know, this is the mob. I guess the one upside to being the mob is that, you know, it makes sense that we lose people rather frequently. We are the mob. We are the mob. Throw the elf down the well. Wait, hold on. What are we fighting? Who are we fighting? Home territory aggression against who? Is it rebel farmers? Probably rebel farmers. I was hoping it was the Western Hive. I do love when they fight the Western Hive. Stupid slave. That's pretty rude. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The UC just fucking whacked the shit out of the slave traders. Oh, the mercenary guild. Never mind. It wasn't the slave traders. What's happening right now? We keep losing people. We might actually have to get around to recruiting new meat. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Listen, it's not ideal that we keep losing people, obviously, but we are the mob, and so I feel to a degree, it makes sense. To a degree, it makes sense. We are the mob. We lose people sometimes. As long as it's not one of our made men, you know, we lose thugs. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you lose thugs. You know, it's fine. Fine. Sometimes you lose a couple thugs. You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. You gotta lose a few thugs to sell drugs to run a drug empire. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, the mercenaries, man. The mercenaries are not welcome in this town. They are not welcome here. They are not welcome here. I was hoping it was the Western Hive this time, but it's not. All right, we're gonna sit here for a minute, and we're gonna see how money comes in. We're making money. We're racking in the dough. We're bringing in the change. Bringing in the change. Yeah, I was hoping it was Western Hive Caravan. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah. Oh, they coming in. They buy drugs. They buy drugs. Yes. Remember, kids, doing drugs is better than slavery. I mean, that's kind of fair-ish. I would take that deal. I wouldn't necessarily preach that as like if those are the only two alternatives. You know, if I'm gonna put in a situation, gun to my head, where I have to pick between the two, I'll probably take the drugs. It's fine. I'm not saying it's the good option. I'm saying that of those two, it is the better option. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Do you sell PCP by the gallon? No. No. Sell milk jugs full of acid by the gallon. Milk jugs full of acid. All right, yeah, so we're making cash. Things are moving now. and I think that we are in a solid position. We are going to have to. Replace some people. The PCP by the gallon is a Whitest Kids You Know reference, and then the milk jug of acid is a Dragon Ball Z Abridged reference. Yes. Okay, so we are officially making some solid money now. We've got our shops up and running. We're making food cubes. We've upped to food cubes, which is cool. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. So guys, I'm going to save it here. And then I think we're going to call it. I'm starting to notice viewership falling off too. I think people are getting just as tired as I am. All right, guys, so it has been fun. I sincerely appreciate everybody popping in and hanging out with me during this stream. We had a record viewership, 302 people in the stream. Absolutely crazy. I'm super excited to see how things continue to go. Yeah, really good stuff, guys. I appreciate it. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Usually I stream on Tuesdays, but I have some plans that I cannot move tomorrow, so I will see you guys all again on Wednesday. We're probably going to be pushing the Nugget Mafia again. I want to get through this series so we can do Project Cthulhu. I'm very excited about it. And so, but I want to finish this series up first because, the load order takes some time to flop back and forth between the two of them. So I'd like to finish this one before I start the next one. But, yeah, so I will see you guys all on Wednesday. And as always, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in somebody's life. And I do not recommend doing a gallon of PCP. That is not a good idea. Don't do that. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. And Pato and I should have the date for the next podcast coming very soon. So guys, remember, go to the podcast channel, Tengu's Vault Podcast, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you guys know when we launch the next episode. Other than that, have a good one, everybody. I appreciate your time, as always.